untuk memenuhkan doa Bapak dulu dan masing-masing bahagian hadapan. Terima kasih. Awam Negara Intan bersama-sama Bahagian Pembangunan Modal Insan Jabatan Perkhidmatan Awam JPA dalam usaha memangkin dan menyemarakkan budaya penyelidikan di kalangan penjawat awam. Kolokium Penyelidikan Intan juga merupakan satu wadah perkongsian mengenai kajian-kajian yang telah dilaksanakan oleh penjawat awam di bawah tajahan latihan bagi pengajian di peringkat ijazah kedoktoran PhD dan sarjana. Seramai 12 orang pembentang akan membentangkan kertas kajian dan penyelidikan yang dilihat akan membawa manfaat kepada penjawat awam yang terlibat dengan perancangan dan pelaksanaan dasar. Hadirin sekalian, majlis akan dimulakan dengan sesi pembentangan oleh pembentang-pembentang yang didatangkan khas untuk Kolokium Penyelidikan Intan pada hari ini. Terdapat 4 sesi pembentangan yang akan berlangsung sepanjang hari ini. Dan kepada peserta yang mengikuti secara fizikal di Dewan Sri Baiduri, sebarang soalan yang ingin diajukan boleh dikemukakan melalui ruangan chat Zoom atau Facebook Live Intan. Untuk itu, majlis dengan sukacitanya menjemput Yang Berusaha Dr. Catherine Ann Francis selaku moderator bagi memulakan sesi pada pagi ini. Dipersilakan.
Selamat pagi. Boleh dengar saya? Selamat pagi tuan-puan. Okey. Alright. Terlebih dahulu saya ingin ucapkan terima kasih kepada tuan-puan kerana sudi hadir ke sesi ini. Selamat pagi dan salam sejahtera kepada Datuk Roslan, TPK kita, kepada tuan-puan yang sudi hadir. Okey. Alright. Saya ingin mengalu-alukan kedatangan tuan-puan ke Kolokium Penyelidikan yang berprestij ini yang merupakan acara tahunan Intan. Saya juga berharap tuan-puan telah bersedia untuk mendengar pembentangan daripada para penyelidik kita yang amat berinformatif dan saya percaya maklumat yang akan dikongsikan oleh mereka akan amat bermanfaat terutamanya dalam perkhidmatan awam kita. Baik, tanpa melengahkan masa, izinkan saya memperkenalkan pembentang pertama kita iaitu Dr. Shalina Sheikh Muhammad. Dr. Shalina merupakan pegawai penyelidikan dari Agensi Nuklear Malaysia dan Dr. Shalina telah menamatkan pengajian PhD beliau di Universiti Kebangsaan Malaysia. Bagi memberi penerangan lebih lanjut mengenai pengajian Dr. Shalina, saya menjemput doktor. Terima kasih.
Assalamualaikum, saya Shalina, bertugas di Agensi Nuklear Malaysia. Saya menyambung pelajaran di Universiti Kebangsaan Malaysia dan tajuk tesis saya adalah pengisaran AISI 4340 dalam keadaan kering dan cryogenik liquid nitrogen dengan menggunakan mata alat hujung karbida bersalut. Bagi pengenalan, kaedah pemesinan logam dibahagikan kepada dua, iaitu pemesinan konvensional dan pemesinan mampan. Bagi kaedah konvensional, kita menggunakan cecair penyejuk dalam kaedah banjir, manakala untuk pemesinan mampan terdapat 3 teknik, iaitu kaedah kering, MQL dan juga kaedah cryogenik. Pembuatan mampan ini didefinisikan sebagai penciptaan produk pembuatan menggunakan proses yang tidak tercemar, menjimatkan tenaga dan sumber asli serta memberikan kesan ekonomi dan selamat kepada pekerja, komuniti dan juga pengguna. Pemesinan cryogenik mematuhi 3 tonggak pembuatan mampan iaitu ekonomi, masyarakat dan alam sekitar. Pemesinan cryogenik adalah menggunakan kaedah cair hidrogen pada permukaan sadar ataupun pada muka rusuk. Antara kelebihan penggunaan teknik ini ialah meningkatkan kadar pembuangan bahan, meningkatkan hayat mata alat, memperbaiki keutuhan permukaan, memudahkan pemecahan serpihan dan menyumbang kepada persekitaran yang mampan. Untuk pernyataan masalah, komponen otomotif, aeroangkasa dan acuan memerlukan permukaan tinggi, berkualiti tinggi dengan kekuatan mekanikal yang sangat baik dan rintangan tinggi kepada ubah bentuk. Ini memerlukan proses rawatan haba tambahan seperti penitridaan dan penyusup karbonan. Pengerasan permukaan konvensional memerlukan banyak masa, ruang dan sumber. Ia juga mempengaruhi isu kualiti seperti herotan pada komponen dan perubahan isi padu disebabkan oleh tekanan dalaman yang tinggi semasa proses tersebut. Proses pemesinan dicadangkan oleh penyelidik bagi meningkatkan kekerasan permukaan. Kaedah kriogenik ini mesra alam serta mengurangkan haus mata alat, mengurangkan pembentukan pinggir terbina dan mengurangkan suhu yang terjana pada zon pemesinan. Selain itu, kaedah ini juga memperbaiki keutuhan permukaan dan meningkatkan kekerasan serta mikrostruktur yang lebih halus berbanding dengan pemesinan yang kering. Oleh itu, fokus kajian ini adalah mendapatkan kekerasan yang tinggi sekaligus memenuhi kriteria kebolehmesinan iaitu prestasi mata alat yang maksimum, kekasaran permukaan yang rendah dan daya pemotongan yang minimum. Bagi kajian kepustakaan, banyak kajian dilakukan terhadap bahan ini, contohnya haus mata alat, suhu, pembentukan chip, tegasan baki, mikrostruktur, daya pemotongan, perubahan fasa, kekerasan permukaan, tenaga dan juga kekasaran permukaan. Untuk kajian ini, parameter ataupun yang dilakukan melalui julat yang telah ditetapkan untuk mendapatkan pemesinan yang lebih baik. Untuk objektif kajian, menentukan julat parameter yang dapat menghasilkan suhu yang tinggi, membandingkan kaedah kriogenik dan kering terhadap respon pemesinan, mengkaji mekanisme haus mata alat, serta yang terakhir mengkaji keutuhan permukaan bahan yang dimesin. Berikut adalah metodologi kajian yang merangkumi objektif pertama hingga objektif keempat dan menggunakan kaedah Taguchi untuk eksperimen tersebut. Berikut adalah gabungan parameter pemesinan yang dilakukan untuk ke-9 eksperimen yang dicadangkan. Ini adalah simulasi untuk kaedah unsur terhingga menggunakan perisian third wave advantage. Dan ini merupakan peralatan dan pengukuran yang digunakan untuk proses ini seperti dinamometer, mikroskop, alat pengukur kekasaran. Untuk analisis sampel pula menggunakan XRD, FISEM dan pengukur kekerasan nano. Untuk perbincangan, bagi simulasi suhu yang terjana adalah dari 600 hingga 1059 darjah Celsius. Suhu yang tertinggi berlaku pada permukaan pertengahan sentuhan mata alat dan juga serpihan, iaitu pada zon ubah bentuk sekunda. Faktor ini dipengaruhi oleh kedalaman jejari, hal laju pemesinan dan juga kadar suapan. Peningkatan kepada kedalaman pemotongan menyebabkan daya pemotongan meningkat, seterusnya meningkatkan geseran dan jumlah bahan yang dibuang. Apabila daya pemotongan meningkat, kekuatan receh di zon meningkat dan menyebabkan suhu pemotongan meningkat. Bagi daya pemotongan, daya yang terjana adalah dari 204 ke 407 Newton. Faktor yang mempengaruhi daya paduan adalah kedalaman jejari, hal laju dan kadar suapan. Ini menunjuk penggunaan liquid nitrogen dapat mengurangkan daya paduan pemotongan di mana dapat mengurangkan jarak sentuhan mata alat dengan serpihan, seterusnya mengurangkan haus yang berlaku pada permukaan mata alat, dan ia juga mempengaruhi aliran serpihan dan mengurangkan pekali geseran. Ini menyebabkan daya paduan pemotongan yang terjana juga lebih rendah. Bagi kekasaran permukaan, nilai yang terhasil adalah 0.1 hingga 0.3 mikron. Faktor yang signifikan untuk kekasaran permukaan adalah kadar suapan. Penggunaan kriogenik ini dapat mengurangkan kecenderungan serpihan melekat pada pinggir mata alat, seterusnya mengurangkan geseran. Ia juga menjana filem pelincir hidrodinamik antara benda kerja dan mata alat dan mengurangkan pekali geseran. Mata alat yang terjana adalah dalam 12.25 ke 55.3 minit. Faktor yang mempengaruhi hayat mata alat adalah hal laju dan juga kadar suapan. Penggunaan kriogenik dapat meningkatkan prestasi mata alat pada parameter yang lebih tinggi. Ini disebabkan oleh geseran dapat dikurangkan, seterusnya kadar haus juga dikurangkan disebabkan oleh mekanisme lelasan dan rekatan. Bagi hayat mata alat, menunjukkan corak peningkatan hayat mata alat adalah sama dalam keadaan kering dan kriogenik. Dari gambar rajah menunjukkan hayat mata alat bagi eksperimen 6 dan 9 adalah sama dalam keadaan kriogenik. Ini menunjukkan penggunaan liquid nitrogen adalah lebih baik pada parameter pemesenan yang lebih tinggi. Untuk mekanisme haus mata alat, mekanisme utama adalah lelasan dan rekatan. Daripada analisis yang dilakukan menunjukkan terdapat kehadiran partikel ferrum, manganis dan karbon daripada bahan kerja dan juga tungsten daripada substrat mata alat. Ini menunjukkan bahan yang dipotong adalah bersifat pelelas di mana ia bertindak menghakis bahan salutan mata alat dan menyebabkan salutan tertanggal dan mendedahkan substrat mata alat tersebut. Tanpa bahan salutan tersebut, haus meningkat. Berikut adalah keputusan untuk perubahan mikrostruktur. Lapisan yang terjejas disebabkan pemesenan terhasil sebanyak 23 hingga 39 mikron. Lapisan ini terhasil dari pemanasan yang pantas dan pelindapan seterusnya membawa kepada mikrostruktur yang bersaiz nano dan berbeza daripada mikrostruktur asal. Analisis yang dilakukan menunjukkan terdapat peningkatan dalam elemen karbon. Elemen karbon yang tinggi menunjukkan kekuatan keluli dan jumlah partikel yang besar dan seterusnya meningkatkan kekerasan permukaan. Ini menunjukkan komposisi kimia memainkan peranan yang penting dalam meningkatkan kekerasan. Bagi perubahan fasa menunjukkan terdapat graf yang puncaknya melebar dan juga teranjak ke kiri. Ini menunjukkan terdapat ubah bentuk plastik dan juga pembentukan dislokasi, seterusnya menyebabkan saiz ira yang lebih kecil. Daripada graf ini juga menunjukkan bahan tersebut adalah pada puncak martensite dan juga puncak ferrite. Ini menunjukkan pada eksperimen 6 dan 9 terdapat perubahan fasa. Suhu pemesenan yang tinggi dan juga kadar penyejukan yang pantas menyebabkan perubahan fasa pada bahan. Bagi kekerasan nano, kekerasan yang terhasil adalah 3.1 hingga 4.7 gigapascal. Ini menunjukkan terdapat peningkatan kekerasan sebanyak 59% daripada kekerasan asal. Dari graf ini menunjukkan semakin tinggi laju pemotongan dan kadar suapan, semakin tinggi juga kekerasan dan juga ketebalan lapisan yang terjejas. Peningkatan kekerasan ini mungkin disebabkan oleh terikan pengerasan dan juga penghalusan ira. Kedalaman lapisan eksperimen 4, 6 dan 9 ini adalah setara dengan kedalaman selongsong cetek dari proses pengerasan permukaan. Sebagai kesimpulan untuk objektif pertama, suhu pemesenan paling dipengaruhi oleh kadar jejari pemotongan, kadar suapan dan hal laju pemotongan. Suhu terjana yang terhasil mampu menyebabkan perubahan fasa bahan. Bagi kesimpulan kedua, daya pemotongan paling dipengaruhi oleh kedalaman jejari, hal laju dan kadar suapan. Keputusan juga menunjukkan penggunaan liquid nitrogen dapat mengurangkan 39% daya paduan pemotongan dari keadaan kering. Untuk kekasaran permukaan, kadar suapan adalah paling signifikan bagi kedua-dua keadaan, dan juga keputusan menunjukkan penggunaan liquid nitrogen dapat mengurangkan 43.9% kekasaran permukaan. Selain itu, hayat mata alat dia dapat meningkatkan prestasi mata alat sehingga 41.7% pada parameter pemesanan yang lebih tinggi. Ini menunjukkan penggunaan kriogenik dapat mengurangkan suhu dan seterusnya dapat melambatkan kadar haus. Untuk kesimpulan ketiga, lelasan dan rekatan merupakan mekanisme haus yang berlaku pada rusuk mata alat. Pengurangan suhu pemotongan akan mengurangkan geseran antara bahan kerja yang baru di mesin dan permukaan alat, seterusnya dapat menurunkan kadar haus. Bagi objektif keempat, lapisan yang terjejas oleh pemesinan adalah setara dengan kedalaman kekerasan nano, di mana ia menyamai nilai kekerasan asal bahan. Untuk nilai kekerasan nano dan ketebalan lapisan terjejas, parameter ini meningkat dengan nilai hal laju, kadar suapan dan kedalaman pemesinan. Sampel juga mengalami pelebaran puncak dan teranjak ke kiri disebabkan oleh ira yang halus dan dislokasi, iaitu herotan ke kisi kristal dan terikan mikro. Puncak ferrite dan metalsite ditemui pada sampel permukaan yang termesin. Bagi sumbangan kajian, daya paduan yang terhasil adalah lebih rendah berbanding keadaan kering menggunakan kaedah kriogenik ini. Hayat mata alat juga lebih singkat berbanding kaedah kering pada parameter pemesanan yang rendah. Kaedah kriogenik dapat menghasilkan nilai kemasan permukaan ultra yang menyamai proses canai. Partikel karbida pada permukaan termesin merupakan salah satu faktor yang menyumbang kepada peningkatan kekerasan di permukaan termesin. Nilai kedalaman kekerasan adalah setara dengan selongsong cetek dari pengerasan permukaan konvensional. Kedalaman lapisan yang terjejas adalah berkedaran dengan kekerasan nano kembali kepada kekerasan asal, iaitu pada jarak 22 hingga 40 mikron dari permukaan. Berdasarkan kajian yang dilakukan, menggalakkan penggunaan sains dan teknologi untuk ekonomi, fizikal dan kesejahteraan rakyat. Mungkin kajian ini terlalu awal untuk dikomersialkan, tetapi pada masa hadapan kajian ini boleh dikembangkan lagi dengan insentif dan juga human resource untuk meningkatkan lagi penggunaan sains dan teknologi serta pengkomersialan teknik yang kajian yang dilakukan. Dan ini boleh dikembangkan lagi kepada industri pembuatan tempatan dan juga industri hiliran, contohnya untuk setup dan fabrikasi mesin untuk penggunaan teknik ini pada mesin yang digunakan. Itu saja persembahan saya. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Dr. Shalina. Baik. Tidak dapat dinafikan pembentangan Dr. Shalina tadi amat teknikal, tetapi daripada kesimpulan Dr. Shalina dapat diputuskan bahawa ia boleh menyumbang ke arah pembangunan mapan di Malaysia dan juga di dunia. Baik, tanpa melengahkan masa lagi, sekarang kita akan mendengar pembentangan daripada penyelidik pembentang kedua kita. Dr. Nurliza mendapat ijazah kedoktoran beliau dari Universiti Teknologi Tenaga Nasional dan kini beliau bertugas di Mampu sebagai penolong pengarah kanan. Baik, dipersilakan Dr. Nurliza, please.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Nurliza binti Sidik dari Mampu dan hari ini saya akan membentangkan hasil kajian saya mengenai faktor yang mempengaruhi kejayaan pelaksanaan IoT-based services dalam pengurusan fasiliti di sektor awam. Ini adalah topik pembentangan saya yang merangkumi 6 topik kesemuanya. Sebagai pengenalan, ingin saya jelaskan mengenai konsep IoT-based services dalam pengurusan fasiliti. IoT-based services dalam pengurusan fasiliti sebenarnya bertujuan memastikan aplikasi yang berasaskan IoT dibangunkan memudahkan pemantauan perkhidmatan dilakukan secara real time dan juga secara remote. IoT-based services dalam pengurusan fasiliti juga dijangka akan memberi manfaat yang lebih banyak kepada agensi yang melaksanakannya, terutama sekali bagi pihak berkuasa tempatan. Ini kerana di Malaysia kebanyakan pengurusan fasiliti adalah diuruskan oleh PBT. Namun pada masa hadapan mungkin pengurusan fasiliti ini akan diuruskan oleh mana-mana agensi di sektor awam. Untuk makluman semua, terdapat 2 soalan kajian. Bagi memenuhi ataupun menjawab soalan kajian tersebut, disetkan ataupun ditetapkan 2 objektif kajian. Yang pertama adalah untuk mengenal pasti faktor yang mempengaruhi tingkah laku pekerja untuk menggunakan IoT-based services. Dan yang kedua adalah untuk menganalisa kesan teknologi readiness dan juga subjektif norm ke atas pelaksanaan kejayaan IoT-based services. Subjektif norm ini adalah dalam bahasa Melayu ni mungkin kita boleh nyatakan pengaruh rakan sekerja. Bagi mencapai objektif tersebut, kajian ini telah memberi fokus kepada pelaksanaan IoT-based services dalam pengurusan fasiliti dan juga kajian ini mendapat respon daripada pekerja yang berdaftar menggunakan IoT-based services. Hasil kajian saya sebenarnya telah mengenal pasti 4 masalah utama dalam pelaksanaan IoT-based services. Yang pertama sekali, banyak organisasi gagal mencapai benefit menggunakan IoT dan juga gagal mendapatkan pulangan balik daripada investment yang telah dilakukan kerana pekerja mereka kurang menggunakan atau menggunakan IoT-based services tapi tidak secara optimum. Dan seterusnya, masalah yang dihadapi semasa pelaksanaan IoT-based services ini adalah kajian lalu menunjukkan dalam sektor awam kebanyakan halangan yang dihadapi halangan daripada dalaman iaitu daripada employee itu sendiri, daripada pekerja itu sendiri. Seterusnya, masalah yang ketika kita melaksanakan IoT-based services ini adalah dari segi teknologi readiness ataupun kesediaan teknologi oleh employee itu sendiri. Ianya menjadi satu halangan yang besar apabila kerajaan melaksanakan smart initiative ataupun aplikasi pintar. Research problem yang ketiga adalah kesediaan teknologi. Kesediaan teknologi merupakan halangan dalam melaksanakan inisiatif smart initiative dalam public sector. Dan masalah yang ketiga dihadapi semasa melaksanakan IoT services ini adalah pengaruh rakan sekerja. Di mana pengaruh rakan sekerja ini mempengaruhi penggunaan IoT services. Terutama sekali dalam mempromosi penggunaan IoT tersebut. Hasil daripada kajian literature yang telah dilakukan, kajian ini telah mengenal pasti 8 knowledge gaps. Seperti mana yang tuan-puan lihat pada skrin, knowledge gap yang pertama adalah IoT-based services ini sebenarnya masih di peringkat awal pembangunan dan hanya beberapa agensi yang membangunkan secara limited fungsi IoT-based services. Yang kedua, previous research sebenarnya tidak memberi fokus kepada isu pelaksanaan. Terutama sekali isu penggunaan dan juga isu mengenai intention to use IoT-based services. Yang ketiga, majoriti IoT research fokus hanya kepada organisasi level dan bukan kepada individual level. Yang keempat, kajian terdahulu fokus kepada penerimaan rakyat dan bukan kepada penerimaan employee. Dan hanya sedikit sahaja kajian telah fokus kepada employee perception. Okay. Yang kelima, sedikit kajian telah dilakukan bagi mengkaji faktor teknikal dan juga faktor manusia, human factor, dalam memastikan kejayaan IoT-based services. Yang keenam, kesan teknologi readiness ke atas tingkah laku individu jarang dikaji. Yang ketujuh, kajian terdahulu menunjukkan kesan pengaruh rakan sebaya kepada tingkah laku individu, resultnya tidak konsisten. Ada yang menyatakan signifikan, ada yang tidak menyatakan signifikan. Dan yang terakhir, existing IoT success model yang ada sekarang ni tidak menggabungkan kedua-dua faktor ini, iaitu technical factor dan human factor dalam satu model yang sama. Dipaparkan di skrin adalah model development daripada kajian yang telah dilakukan. Kajian saya telah menggabungkan 3 model yang utama, iaitu Technology Readiness Index yang dipanggil TRI. Yang kedua, Model Acceptance Model TAM. Yang ketiga, Dillon and McLean IS Success Model. Jika dilihat technology readiness dalam kotak technology readiness tu ada 4 personal traits yang mempengaruhi technology readiness, iaitu optimism, innovativeness, insecurity, discomfort. Manakala Dillon and McLean, dia punya faktor adalah melibatkan information system quality dan juga user satisfaction serta penggunaan IoT. Saya mengambil 2 faktor daripada technology acceptance model, iaitu subjective norm dan juga perceived usefulness. Hasil daripada model ini, kita nampak bahawa saya ingin menunjukkan technology readiness dan juga information quality mempengaruhi perceived usefulness dan juga user satisfaction employee, seterusnya mempengaruhi penggunaan IoT tersebut. Jadi kenapa saya gabungkan 3 model ini adalah model sedia ada, iaitu Dillon and McLean ISSS model sendiri tidak cukup kuat untuk menjelaskan faktor kejayaan sesuatu pelaksanaan IoT-based services, kerana model ini hanya memberi fokus kepada technical factor. Sedangkan kajian terdahulu menunjukkan bahawa human factor juga mempengaruhi kejayaan sesuatu pelaksanaan IoT-based services. Dipaparkan di skrin adalah research methodology yang telah saya gunakan. Saya menggunakan pendekatan atau ideology positivist epistemology. Oleh itu, saya menggunakan quantitative research design. Questionnaire diberikan kepada responden dan data analisis saya menggunakan SAM PLS. Dan akhir sekali adalah penulisan laporan. Dapat dilihat di skrin, saya telah melaksanakan measurement model assessment dan juga structural model assessment. Jadi kita lihat kalau line yang bertanda yang tidak putus tu menunjukkan bahawa faktor tersebut signifikan mempengaruhi faktor, kaitan faktor seterusnya. Hanya 2 sahaja hubungan yang tidak support, tidak signifikan, iaitu technology readiness tidak mempengaruhi perceived usefulness dan juga technology readiness tidak mempengaruhi user satisfaction. Namun kajian ini telah membuktikan bahawa technology readiness mempengaruhi information quality, information system quality. Ini bermaksud orang yang optimis, orang yang inovatif akan lebih mudah untuk memahami kriteria kualiti IoT itu sendiri. Selain daripada itu, data analisis ini juga menerangkan pentingnya pengaruh rakan sebaya mempengaruhi perceived usefulness sesuatu produk ataupun sesuatu IoT-based services. Perceived usefulness juga mempengaruhi user satisfaction level seseorang employee. Dan perceived usefulness dan user satisfaction ini, kedua faktor ini mempengaruhi tahap penggunaan IoT. Jadi gabungan model yang telah digunakan telah menunjukkan bahawa technical factor dan juga human factor sebenarnya kedua-dua faktor ini mempengaruhi tahap penggunaan IoT dan juga mempengaruhi kejayaan pelaksanaan IoT-based services. Jika saya mapkan balik objektif kajian saya dengan finding yang telah diperolehi, research objektif yang pertama adalah untuk mengenal pasti faktor yang mempengaruhi tingkah laku employee menggunakan IoT-based services, dan faktor tersebut adalah information system quality, technology readiness, subjective norm, perceived usefulness dan juga user satisfaction. Objektif yang kedua adalah untuk menganalisa kesan ataupun impak kepada technology readiness dan subjective norm ke atas kejayaan sesuatu IoT-based services, khususnya dalam pengurusan fasiliti. Dan data analisis membuktikan bahawa technology readiness sebenarnya mempengaruhi lebih tinggi information system quality dan pengaruh rakan sekerja juga mempengaruhi persepsi usefulness penggunaan IoT-based services. Okay, information system quality sebenarnya sangat penting untuk mendapatkan rasa satisfaction penggunaan IoT dan juga untuk memperolehi rasa sangat berguna IoT-based services ini. Technology readiness dia sebenarnya menggambarkan personal trait seseorang, iaitu secara generalnya technology readiness ni seseorang yang mempunyai tahap technology readiness yang tinggi akan mempengaruhi tahap kualiti penggunaan IoT-based services tersebut. Dan pengaruh rakan sekerja akan mempengaruhi perceived usefulness individu tersebut untuk menggunakan facilities IoT-based services dalam pengurusan fasiliti. Okay. Perceived usefulness, orang yang selalu guna dan rasa berguna sesuatu IoT-based services tu, mereka akan rasa nak guna lagi dan akan merasakan IoT-based services itu berguna bagi dia. Sebab dia perceive tu maksudnya mula-mula dia guna tapi dia rasa, tapi once dia dah guna memang betul. Jadi itu maksud perceived usefulness. User satisfaction pula adalah menunjukkan orang yang berpuas hati menggunakan IoT-based services akan terus menggunakan IoT-based services tersebut. Sebenarnya dalam kajian saya, dalam thesis saya telah menerangkan banyak contribution yang telah diperolehi daripada hasil kajian ini. Selain daripada theoretical contribution, saya rasa inilah peluang yang terbaik untuk saya menjelaskan mengenai practical contribution yang boleh diberikan kepada kerajaan hasil daripada kajian telah dilakukan. Hasil kajian empirical ini membolehkan IoT initiator seperti MAMPU, MCMC atau MOSTI serta KPKT memahami faktor utama yang mempengaruhi kejayaan pelaksanaan IoT-based services dalam pengurusan fasiliti. Faktor-faktor ini perlu diambil kira dalam menambah baik polisi IoT sedia ada bagi mempromosikan penggunaan aplikasi IoT dalam pelbagai domain. Sebagai contoh, measurement item yang digunakan dalam kajian ini boleh digunakan sebagai rujukan kepada penambahbaikan public sector application software quality assurance. Dalam kajian ini telah dibuktikan bahawa beberapa item kualiti yang berkaitan dengan IoT sebagai contoh security, accuracy, performance, itu adalah antara measurement item yang perlu diberi penekanan dalam guideline ini untuk ditambah baik, khususnya bagi evaluate atau menilai sesuatu kualiti aplikasi yang berasaskan IoT. Selain daripada itu, kerajaan juga perlu mengambil kira faktor manusia dalam IoT National Strategic Plan. Ini kerana kajian ini telah membuktikan bahawa individu yang mempunyai teknologi readiness yang rendah, iaitu yang selalu rasa tidak selamat, insecure, ataupun yang selalu rasa discomfort, perlu diberi penekanan melalui pelaksanaan aktiviti change management. Jadi kerajaan perlu sebelum melakukan sesuatu pelaksanaan IoT based services, mungkin kajian survey perlu dilakukan terlebih dahulu kepada pengguna IoT based services ini untuk mengetahui tahap teknologi readiness mereka. Sekiranya tahap teknologi readiness mereka rendah, maka aktiviti change management perlu diberi dengan lebih agresif supaya mereka lebih ready menerima IoT based services ini. Sebagai penutup, tertera di skrin adalah limitasi kajian saya, namun diharap future research dapat menggunakan mixed method approach untuk mendapatkan hasil yang lebih komprehensif selain daripada hanya melalui survey. Mixed method ini sebenarnya akan mendapatkan input yang lebih mendalam mengenai faktor kejayaan penggunaan IoT based services dalam pengurusan fasiliti. Sekian sahaja pembentangan daripada saya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih. Terima kasih Dr. Nurliza atas pembentangan yang amat bermanfaat tadi. Okey, kita sedang bergerak ke arah, kita sedang melalui IR 4.0, tapi terdapat juga negara di dunia yang telah pun ke arah IR 5.0, iaitu robotics, dan juga pembentangan daripada Dr. Nurliza dan kajian Dr. Nurliza selaras dengan kehendak kerajaan ke arah pendigitalan sektor awam. Okey, kepada tuan-puan yang menyertai kita melalui FB Live atau Zoom, tuan-puan boleh memaklumkan ataupun mengumumkan soalan melalui FB Live ataupun Zoom, dan bagi mereka yang berada di dan juga untuk kehadiran, ya tuan-puan, link kehadiran telah pun diberikan dalam chat box di Zoom dan juga di FB Live. So mohon tuan-puan untuk mengisi kehadiran tuan-puan di sana, ya. Okey, terima kasih. Baik, penceramah ketiga kita untuk sesi hari ini adalah Dr. M. Miandi yang menamatkan pengajian di Universiti Malaya, pengajian PhD beliau di Universiti Malaya. Beliau kini bertugas di Kementerian Pendidikan. Dr. Miandi tidak dapat hadir bersama dengan kita hari ini di atas urusan kerja. Walau bagaimanapun kita masih boleh mendengar persembahan beliau, okey, kajian yang beliau telah laksanakan. Baik, terima kasih.
Good morning, I am Dr. Miandi Munusami from Strategy Planning and International Relations Division, the Ministry of Higher Education, Malaysia. Good day to all of you. I am Dr. M. Miandi Munusami and I am going to present my research title, Advancing Internationalization of Higher Education in Malaysia and International Through International Networking, the SM Education Process. My involvement in the SM Education Process and multilateral cooperation since 2009 has motivated me to conduct this research. My presentation is divided into 10 sections. I will start with introduction and will end my presentation with references. Introduction. The international dimension in higher education plays an important role for political, economic, and social development as well as academic performance of a country. The creation of education hubs have been an increasing global trend. Malaysia aims to become an international education hub by 2025 through the launching of new higher education blueprint 2015 to 2025. UNESCO, CMO, RIHED, ASEAN, SM, EAS, APEC are the organizations vigorously involved in higher education activities. The best practices from Europe, such as the Bologna process, are vital for Asia-Europe meeting partners, including Malaysia. The Asia-Europe meeting education cooperation could strengthen international networks and collaboration. Problem statement. The annual expenditure of the Ministry of Education Malaysia is equivalent to 5.5% of Government of Malaysia annual expenditure. But in view of significant investment in higher education, the output is very low. Malaysia ranked at 42 out of 50 countries in the Universitas 21 ranking of 2018. The 2018 UNESCO Institute for Statistics report shows that majority of international students studying in Malaysia were from Asia and very few from Europe. In terms of internationalization agenda, Malaysia does not have a specific strategy to engage with Europe and needs multi-dimensional internationalization strategy. Malaysia active in the Assam education process since 2008, but the impact of participation does not show any tangible outcome or policy development. Thus, Malaysia facing challenges in graduate employability, research and development and commercialization, university ranking, industry academia collaboration, international students and branding Malaysia education. Research question and objective. The research question and research objective derived from the problem statement are shown in slide 5. The main focus of this study is on research question 3. What are the strategies through the Assam education process can be used to strengthen international cooperation in the internationalization of higher education in Malaysia? Literature review. Rationale for internationalization. One day suggested a rational model. Jiang stated rationale referred to motivation for integrating an international dimension into higher education. Knight and DeWitt underlines the social, cultural, political, academic and economic rationale are driving internationalization. Internationalization through Assam education process. Assam process understood as a multidimensional dialogue and cooperation process. Assam is a platform for involvement of various networks, includes the education element to foster networking and mutual learning. The Assam education process has 5 characteristics, and the conclusion by the chair is the key Assam education policy document. Internationalization and network theory. There are 4 major internationalization theory: APSLA theory, economic theory, network theory, and international entrepreneurship theory. The APSLA and network theories have been placed an important role for internationalization of higher education. Gijau Kaiti in 2019 stated that APSLA model described the firms and business internationalization process may not appropriate for higher education internationalization. According to the Johnson and Matson and Mori 1999 network model of internationalization allow for the influence of external actors or organization or internationalization. Furthermore, the network model can be considered a model of rationale for internationalization and impact of performance according to John Hansen and Wan Lee 2009. Identified that networking perspective in the internationalization process as innovated as a management tool for the development of higher education. Thus, James Chin in 2009 and Gijau Kaiti in 2019 recommended network theory plays an important role and supported the network model of internationalization best suited for internationalization of higher education. Gap and theoretical framework of the study. There's an apparent practical and knowledge gap in prior studies. The importance of the internationalization process is absent and did not address the subject of networking. To fill the gap, the network model of internationalization is used to support the intermediary role of Assam education process. The definition of internationalization of higher education by Knight 2003 is adopted. Then the 7 components of internationalization through networking and 5 characteristics of the Assam education process, including its roles, are linked to support the internationalization of higher education. Thus, the research looks into how the 4 rationales are linked to the Assam education process through networking to advance the internationalization of higher education. Slide 10 displays the conceptual framework of the study. The rationale for internationalization and the Assam education process are linked with the networking to propose strategy. First, qualitative study, followed by quantitative study, and finally, triangulation. Through the review of literature, 2 hypotheses, H1 and H2, were tested in the quantitative study. Research methodology. The exploratory sequential design was selected for this study. The purpose sampling was used to semi-structured interviews. Meanwhile, the total population sampling was selected for liquid-style questionnaire survey. Qualitative study data was analyzed through NVO 11, and the quantitative data was analyzed through SPSS and Smart PLS. Finally, findings from both studies were analyzed and interpreted through triangulation. Moving on, research findings. Qualitative study findings answering first research question. 7 themes perceived by respondents about Malaysian higher education internationalization. These are international networking, competence of local staff and lecturers, transnational higher education, internationalization at home, globalization, mobility programs, competitiveness of higher education. Continuation of qualitative findings. The economic rationale is placed at first ranking. 12 respondents of specifies that income generation, economic growth, human capital development, financial intensive, and commercial trade played important roles. The economic rationale is vital to generate income from the international student fees and living expenses. The finding underlines that the presence of international branch campuses in Malaysia immensely reinforced the economic rationale. The socio-cultural rationale is listed in the second rank, and 60% of the respondents stated that building a peaceful society, intercultural understanding, national cultural identity, and social community development were vital for internationalization. 13 respondents stated that the essential key is to sustain the national cultural identity. However, several respondents indicated that no studies has been conducted to evaluate the internationalization in terms of social and cultural aspect. For academic rationale, more than 50% of respondents agreed that this rationale drive the Malaysian higher education internationalization. Ranking, teaching and research, competitiveness, cross-border higher education, expansion of higher education landscape, and quality of higher education were highlighted. Nearly 70% of respondents convinced that the quality of higher education has been enhanced through internationalization and vital for research output and teaching method benchmarking. Meanwhile, for the political rationale, around 46.67% respondents certified that this rationale is significant for Malaysian higher education internationalization. The major elements stressed were political mandate, national and regional identity, soft power, interregional cooperation, public university top management appointments, and establishment of foreign branch campuses. More than 50% of the respondents viewed that the political rationale shaped the interregional cooperation for networking and partnership. Quantitative finding answering second research question. 132 questionnaires were collected with response rate of 78%. 2 of them, however, were incomplete, excluded from the analysis. Mostly, the respondents were postgraduate degree holders with a total of 76.2%. The large group of the respondents were from Asia with 94 respondents and 36 respondents were European. An initial exploratory factor analysis EFA was conducted using the principal component analysis with the Varimax rotation method. 3 theoretical appropriate factors were retained through parallel analysis and script plot test. The 3 factors were renamed and the alpha values as shown in the table have immense score for reliability. First, evaluation of measurement models. The 3 measurement models passed the convergent and discriminant validity test. The results revealed that the measurement models adequately have strong validity and reliability to assess the structural model. Followed by assessment of structural model. There is no collinearity issue in this study as the variable inflation factors value are between 1 to 5. Firstly, the R-square projection abilities result shows that advancing Malaysian higher education internationalization receive higher interpretive power from the SM education process. Firstly, the R2 projection abilities result shows that advancing Malaysian higher education internationalization receive higher interpretive power from the SM education process. Secondly, the effect size F2 values evidence that the SM education process has a significant effect on advancing Malaysian higher education internationalization and networking in internationalization. Thirdly, the ability to forecast Q2 result affirms that advancing Malaysian higher education internationalization has a larger predictive relevance and proof that is the main target variable of the study. Finally, the t-value greater than 1.96 and statistically significant confirm that there is a positive relationship between the support of the SM education process and advancing Malaysian higher education internationalization, and the hypothesis 1 is supported. Mediation analysis. The result shows that the direct effect and indirect effect are statistically significant. There is a partial mediation effect in this study. Thus, networking and internationalization positively mediate the relationship between the support of the SM education process and advancing Malaysian higher education internationalization, and hypothesis 2 of the study is also supported. The important performance metric analysis result shows that the networking and internationalization is highest performance construct and the SM education process is the highest important construct. The direct effect result indicate that the SM education process plays a more important role to advance Malaysian higher education. The most impactful indicators are sharing and learning best practices from Europe and Asia, build informal networks to seek new partners for international expansion, and enhance multi-layer partnership for international cooperation. Discussion. My study specified that the 4 rationales introduced by Knight and David play a major role in Malaysian higher education internationalization. Firstly, income generation becomes an important motivation under the economic rationale. TAM 2019 supported that internationalization effort in Malaysian higher education was primarily motivated by economic rationale. Secondly, Malaysia gives priority to sustaining and maintaining the national cultural identity under social cultural rationale. Thirdly, under academic rationale, teaching and research become a major focus of Malaysia. Finally, under the political rationale, strategic alliances through networking were observed. The international cooperation and exchange program are important elements for the agreement between nations and is solely driven by political rationale. The discussion of qualitative findings shows that Malaysian higher education system requires connection to enrich internationalization through networking and collaboration. Discussion on empirical study. The empirical analysis of my study reveals that SM education process has a substantial relationship and impact on advancing Malaysian higher education internationalization through partial mediation of networking and internationalization. Thus, the 2 hypotheses of the study were supported. The empirical findings are supported by the European education programs such as the SCOTRUS, Prado EPIS, and consistent with Ritare 2009 findings that SM creates and value for honest networking. The empirical result of this study reveals that the 3 SM education characteristics have a significant impact on advancing Malaysian higher education internationalization. For instance, the agenda setting process encourages interaction among ministers and stakeholders to enhance the visibility of their higher education, Ritare 2009. The mediation analysis finding of the study also are in line with the new higher education blueprint that underlines the importance of networking and close cooperation with foreign higher education institutions. Triangulation answering third research question. The triangulation of the qualitative and quantitative finding of my study offered a summary of strategy as shown in slide 20. The study result revealed that there are 3 roles and 2 characteristics of the SM education process able to support the rationale for Malaysian higher education internationalization, and it could become a framework for international cooperation to advance the internationalization of higher education in Malaysia. Limitation of the study and findings. The study only applicable for national level and public higher education sector of Malaysia, including public higher education institutions, community colleges, and polytechnics. Implication. Practically, it enables the policymakers to understand the relationship between interregional cooperation and internationalization of higher education. Theoretically, it is a new study conducted to connect the SM education process and internationalization of higher education and networking. Policy-wise, the policymakers at national level should consider working closely with ASEAN and European higher education stakeholders through the SM education process. The finding of my study also can assist Malaysia to enhance existing policy on higher education internationalization. Therefore, the study recommended there is a necessity for Malaysian higher education sector to increase people-to-people contact through multilateral governance to enhance the international cooperation in higher education. In conclusion, the study has found that the 4 rationales are vital and become a useful tool to evaluate Malaysian higher education internationalization. The qualitative findings suggest that economic and socio-cultural rationale play a significant role in internationalization. It shows that international networking is an important part of the political rationale and academic collaboration is vital for strategic alliances. The empirical result revealed that SM education process support the rationale for internationalization through the mediation of networking in internationalization. The partial mediation of networking in internationalization proved that international expansion, bridging mechanism, international integration, people-to-people contact contribute to advancing the Malaysian higher education system. The proposed strategy demonstrates that the SM education process is able to support the rationale for internationalization to advance the Malaysian higher education internationalization with the mediation of networking. These are some key references. I end my presentation with the famous quote of APJ Abdul Kalam, the 11th President of India. Learning gives creativity, creativity leads to thinking, thinking provides knowledge, and knowledge makes you great. Thank you very much for listening.
Baik, terima kasih kepada semua pembentang kita. Okey, kita telah ke akhir sesi pembentangan dan sekarang kita akan ke sesi soal jawab. Saya pasti tuan-puan amat tertarik dengan pembentangan dan tak sabar-sabar untuk bertanyakan soalan ya. Tapi saya ingin maklumkan bahawa disebabkan terdapat kekangan masa, hanya soalan terpilih sahaja yang akan ditanya. Jadi sekiranya tuan-puan ingin juga bertanyakan soalan kepada para pembentang, tuan-puan boleh berhubung dengan Guru Setia untuk mendapatkan email para pembentang dengan izin mereka. Okey, Dr. Shalina dan Dr. Nurliza boleh? Okey, mereka tahu mereka izinan. Okey, jadi kita terus kepada soalan. Soalan pertama adalah kepada Dr. Shalina. Apakah kos penggunaan teknologi cryogenik ini sustainable dari segi kos dan availability untuk memenuhi keperluan? Doktor?
Okey, saya cuba jawab. Untuk kos penggunaan cryogenik ni, untuk set up delivery system untuk liquid nitrogen ni pada awalnya mungkin agak mahal, tapi bagi jangka masa panjang ia mampu dilaksanakan disebabkan kalau kita ambil kira kos cecair penyejuk untuk kita recycle dan sebagainya, dan juga dari segi kualiti produk pemesanan yang terhasil. Dan juga mungkin penggunaan liquid nitrogen, jadi liquid nitrogen tu mungkin tak susahlah untuk diperolehi.
Okey, terima kasih Doktor. So agak sustainable jugalah.
Yes.
Okey, terima kasih Doktor. Baik, soalan kedua kepada Dr. Nurliza. Sebagai seorang pegawai mampu, boleh Doktor kongsikan peranan dan apa yang telah mampu lakukan dalam meningkatkan penggunaan IoT dalam kerja-kerja penting di organisasi awam?
Okay. Assalamualaikum dan selamat pagi. Saya suka soalan ni dan saya rasa dia sangat relevan dan perlu saya jawab dengan terus terang lah ya. Sebenarnya dekat Mampu kami sedang mengemaskini dasar-dasar kerajaan sebenarnya. Sebagai contoh, dasar pengkomputeran awan yang mana dia sangat relate dengan IoT based services. Dasar-dasar yang sedia ada dah sebenarnya kena seiring dengan teknologi sekarang. Macam contoh, saya sendiri, saya di seksyen pembangunan perkhidmatan guna sama. Saya menjaga email kerajaan, perkhidmatan email kan. Kalau tuan-puan sedar, kita daripada on-prem kita dah ke cloud sekarang ni kan. Jadi itu adalah salah satu IoT based services yang menggunakan cloud. Tapi seperti mana yang kajian saya telah lakukan, dia bukan setakat teknologi saja yang perlu kita beri penekanan, tapi dari segi change management, kesediaan pengguna. Sebagai contoh, tuan-puan sendiri menggunakan email yang terletak di awan, kita pun tak tahu awan itu dekat mana. Awan di utara, awan selatan, tertanya-tanya awan kita dekat mana kan. Jadi dokumen kita tu disimpan di mana? Jadi orang-orang yang, individu yang rasa insecure seperti mana yang dalam kajian saya ni, dia memang tak akan yakin nak guna. Jadi kena ada awareness. Sebenarnya kami menyediakan platform untuk menggunakan sekiranya tuan-puan perlu mengemailkan dokumen terperingkat yang berkategori terhad dan sulit. Kita ada platform on-prem iaitu menggunakan MySUC sebagai contoh. dan juga confidential mode. Jadi dengan adanya awareness, individu yang rasa tak selesa, yang rasa tak selamat ni, dia akan lebih terbuka untuk menerima IOTP services. Dan kami sebenarnya sedang mengemaskini pekeliling dan dasar-dasar SOP kerajaan sedia ada, dan insyaAllah kita akan keluarkan pekeliling baru mengenai penggunaan email, iaitu salah satu daripada IOTP services kerajaan kepada semua kaki tangan awam, agar menggunakan dengan cara yang betul, dan bagaimana kita boleh mengoptimumkan IOTP services ni dalam meningkatkan perkhidmatan awam. Sebagai contoh, dan selepas kita COVID ni kan, dalam situasi kita COVID, kita melalui fasa yang selalu bekerja di mana-mana dan tak kira masa, betul? Jadi norma tu dah berubah. Kalau dulu kena pergi ke office untuk capai dokumen, tapi sekarang semua dokumen kita di cloud. Tapi kena ingat, dokumen terbuka saja dibenarkan di cloud. Dan kita ada sebenarnya dasar perkomputeran awan yang telah dikeluarkan pada tahun 2022, yang mana dia menjelaskan kategori dokumen yang mana yang kita boleh letak di cloud, yang mana kita kena letak di on-prem. Jadi awareness perlu diberikan kepada kaki tangan awam supaya lebih alert, dan ianya akan meningkatkan penggunaan IOTP services. Itu kalau dimampu. Tapi secara generalnya kita nampak banyak agensi yang mula menyediakan IOTP services. Jadi satu panduan ataupun guideline perlu dikeluarkan bagi membantu agensi menyediakan perkhidmatan yang lebih berkualiti. Jadi hasil kajian saya seperti mana yang saya bentangkan tadi, item-item kualiti yang perlu ada dalam IOTP services perlu dimasukkan sebagai satu item atau faktor yang perlu diuji. Sebagai contoh, ketepatan data, maklumat yang bermanfaat in useful format, easy to access. Selain daripada itu, bukan setakat sahaja dari segi information dan juga information dan juga service quality, faktor proses dan juga faktor individu ataupun penyedia perkhidmatan juga perlu diambil kira. Jadi saya rasa peranan mampu besar dalam memastikan IOTP services ni sukses. Terutama sekali sebab kita tahu IOTP services masih at early stage, bukan negara kita saja. Negara lain pun bukan, maksud saya negara membangun pun masih at early stage. Jadi kita kena ada satu guideline panduan yang jelas macam mana nak menggunakan sebaiknya dan macam mana untuk menyediakan perkhidmatan IOTP services yang berkualiti. Okey, harap saya menjawablah soalan tersebut. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih, Doktor. So, kesedaran merupakan salah satu faktor utama lah. Okey, terima kasih, Doktor. Baik, Dr. Shalina, kita masih mempunyai masa lagi. Okey, berkaitan dengan slide pembentangan ketiga, Doktor, ya, berkaitan dengan pemesinan kriogenik yang boleh menyumbang kepada persekitaran yang mampan. Boleh Doktor jelaskan dengan lebih lanjut sedikit mengenai itu?
Okey, untuk persekitaran yang lebih mampan, dia sebenarnya lebih bersih kepada alam sekitar. Maksudnya macam sebelum ni kalau kita guna cecair penyejuk biasa, kita perlu fikirkan macam mana kita perlu nak melupuskan cecair itu. So macam costing dia dan efek kepada alam sekitar, dan juga penggunaan liquid nitrogen ni dia tak ada efek pada alam sekitar sebab dia akan release to environment macam tu saja. Jadi in terms of alam sekitar dia lebih bersih lah.
So bila release kepada alam sekitar maksudnya dia tidak akan mencemarkan?
Tidak akan mencemarkan alam sekitar.
Okey. Alright, adakah kita mempunyai masa lagi ataupun alright. Dr. Nurliza, satu lagi soalan ya. Daripada kajian yang telah Doktor laksanakan, apa pendapat Doktor mengenai ketersediaan sektor awam semua perkhidmatannya untuk menerima penggunaan IoT based services ni?
Okey, sebenarnya kalau kita lihat IoT based services ni dia memberi banyak benefit. Sebagai contoh perasan tak waktu kita lepas PKP kan pekerja asing tak dapat masuk negara kita dan kita kekurangan tenaga kerja, dan sampai ada restoran yang terutama kedai mamak kan, dia robot kan, sebagai contoh dia sediakan robot sebab dia nak menjimatkan tenaga manusia, dan bila dia invest robot tu dia akan meningkatkan dia punya investment, return of investment. Begitu juga kalau kerajaan. Sebagai contoh, kalau kerajaan yang saya nampak kalau dari segi facilities management, contoh saya bagi, kalau misalnya kita letak sensor dekat tong sampah depan rumah kita, lori sampah tu dia kalau tak ada sensor dia akan lalu ikut rutin jalan dia. Tapi kalau ada sensor dia hanya akan pergi pada tong sampah yang penuh saja untuk dikutip. Jadi apa yang dia dapat jimat? Tenaga dia, wang, duit minyak nak pergi dekat tempat laluan yang tong sampah dia tak penuh kan. Jadi kerajaan akan dapat jimat. Itu adalah antara return of investment bila kita melaksanakan IoT based services. Tapi kita kena mengambil kira juga kalau misalnya IoT based services ni diperluaskan penggunaannya. Sebagai contoh, kalau digunakan untuk menyelamatkan nyawa, sebagai contoh kita letak sensor dekat jambatan. Kalau ada crack, dan sensor tu akan bagi notifikasi message kepada jabatan yang membaiki ataupun buat inspection kan, ataupun pada bomba ke. Jadi dia boleh menyelamatkan nyawa. Kalau misalnya tempat-tempat banjir, kita ni kan hujung tahun kan banyak banjir kan, tanah runtuh sebagainya. Kalau misalnya kita letak sensor pada lereng-lereng bukit ataupun sensor pada tahap takungan air, jika capai, sensor akan bagi notification kepada agensi-agensi yang bertanggungjawab. Dia akan menyelamatkan nyawa. Jadi dia bukan setakat kita kos pada duit minyak kan, tapi lebih penting adalah menyelamatkan nyawa rakyat. Jadi dari segi ketersediaan sebenarnya kita memang ke arah tu, dan kita punya dasar pun ke arah IoT. Cuma yang saya concern adalah research, saya punya concern kajian saya, bila kita sediakan orang tak nak guna, kita penjawat awam ni sendiri kena bagi sokongan penuh pada perkhidmatan yang dah disediakan. Jadi tanggungjawab employee, saya punya research adalah skop saya tak boleh nak cerita lebih sebab saya expert bahagian saya punya research saja. Jadi employee kita ni, kita kena ready, kita kena bersedia. Jadi kita kena support kita punya inisiatif, kerajaan punya inisiatif, dan kita kena lebih inovatif apa yang perlu kita sediakan pada rakyat. Jadi dari segi readiness, soalan doktor, memang kita sedia dari segi infrastruktur, tapi kesediaan dalaman diri kita tu kena juga bersedia. Jadi manusia ni subjektif, kesediaan tu kita tak boleh nak ukur. Jadi apa yang penting kita buat awareness kepada kaki tangan kerajaan. Terima kasih doktor.
Terima kasih Dr. Nurliza. Jadi kita kena bersedia untuk menerima perubahan ya. So the change management adalah penting. Baik, satu lagi soalan kepada Dr. Nurliza daripada Afaf Afifah, iaitu daripada FB Live. Baik, adakah doktor bersetuju dengan pandangan saya bahawa jika perkhidmatan awam ke arah digitalisasi, kerajaan wajib memperuntukkan sejumlah besar bajet bagi penyediaan infrastruktur. Tetapi bila kita fight bajet yang dapat, akhirnya tidaklah sepenuhnya. Ada kalanya tak dapat langsung. Kita nak ke depan selari dengan IR 4.0 sebagainya, tapi prasarana tak dapat disediakan sepenuhnya. Pendapat doktor?
Terima kasih atas soalan ni. Saya rasa sangat bernas soalan dia. Saya suka nak menjawab. Memang kalau kita tak ada duit, tak boleh nak buat rumah kan. Macam itulah bajet tu penting. Tapi sebenarnya kerajaan lebih mengutamakan infrastruktur yang guna sama, yang boleh menjimatkan. Maknanya banyak agensi boleh guna. Bukan kita bagi bajet pada satu agensi, sedangkan infrastruktur tu boleh digunakan oleh agensi lain. Itu sebabnya mampu menyediakan inisiatif. Mampu menyediakan inisiatif sebagai contoh, kalau on-prem PDSA, tapi sekarang kita ke cloud, kita ada servis SAS, servis as apa yang dekat cloud, infrastructure as a service, application as a service, yang tu semua cloud. Jadi bila kita menyediakan infrastruktur yang boleh dikongsi dengan agensi, maka kita dapat menjimatkan duit kerajaan. Kena juga faham kerajaan sekarang dengan situasi ekonomi yang selepas pandemik ni memberi kesan, bukan Malaysia saja, ekonomi di negara lain juga memberi kesan. Jadi bajet peruntukan tu mungkin akan memberi kesan juga pada pelaksanaan atau inisiatif yang ingin dibangunkan oleh agensi. Tapi cuba mengambil peluang, apa lagi infrastruktur yang disediakan yang boleh kita guna. Itu yang mampu sediakanlah infrastruktur guna sama. Jadi hopefully saya setuju dengan soalan dengan puan yang bertanya tadi. Memang kalau tak ada bajet, tak boleh nak sediakan infra tu. Infra tu pula penting bagi setiap services. Tapi saya juga ingin sarankan supaya kita mungkin boleh guna perkhidmatan guna sama yang disediakan oleh mampu. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Doktor. Baik, para hadirin yang dihormati, berakhirlah sudah sesi pembentangan pertama daripada para pembentang kita. Jadi saya sekali lagi ingin mengucapkan terima kasih kepada semua pembentang yang berada di sini dan berkongsi ilmu mereka dengan kita. Kita akan mengambil masa 15 minit untuk berehat. Kita ada running coffee di belakang Dewan Sri Baiduri bagi mereka yang hadir secara fizikal. Dan kita akan jumpa semula pada pukul 10.05 pagi. Tuan-puan, terima kasih. Selamat kembali tuan-puan dan terima kasih kerana masih lagi bersama kami. Dalam sesi ini, kita akan mendengar pembentangan daripada 3 lagi pembentang yang pakar dalam bidang penyelidikan mereka. Penyampaian pertama kita adalah daripada Dr. Vishantini Ganesan, Ketua Penolong Pengarah Kanan yang bertugas di Hospital Pulau Pinang. Beliau telah menamatkan pengajian kedoktoran di USM dan Dr. Vishantini merupakan pakar dalam bidang perubahan iklim. Jadi tanpa melengahkan masa, mari kita mendengar pembentangan daripada Dr. Vishantini. Doktor, persilakan.
A very good day to everyone. I'm Vishantini Ganesan and I'm currently working in Penuh Hospital, and I did my PhD in Center for Global Sustainability Studies, University Science Malaysia. And today I'll be sharing with you the research that I've conducted for the past 3 years, entitled Mainstreaming Climate Resilience in Local Land Use Planning, Case Study in Malaysia Cities. So my research journey towards climate resilient cities will be presented in 4 stages. So let me share with you my research overview, starting with the research question. The big question, how can Malaysian cities mainstream climate resilience in land use planning? So the final approach was employed in the exploration of this research due to its similarity to a bird's eye scanning, the process before identifying the particular information about the research. Therefore, I used qualitative method to conduct this research. It implies interpretation as a philosophy and theoretical underpinning with the main aim to develop a framework in enabling local government to adapt to climate change resilience within the context of local planning. So 2 important research principles were referred to for this research. As this research does not try to observe changes and looks into development of a phenomenon over a period of time from the time horizon perspective, it is accordingly considered as a cross-sectional study, and it is indeed a multidisciplinary study. In this case, the selection of an area of research that is compatible with my interests and strength as a researcher was very important to me. To focus and refocus to enhance the knowledge domain, therefore the subject area of interest for my research originated from my work experience in Malaysian local government and strong interest in environmental issues. As an example, if you look at it, from year 2015 and 2017, you are able to see the increase of flooding incidents in Penang. And the philosophy that actually encouraged me to look into the research was the total planning doctrine of Malaysia, where a new approach to the planning and design which is expected to guide the physical planning system, focusing on sustainable development. And also the total planning and development policy that looks into relationship between man and relationship between man and its environment. So from there, I looked into the research aim, questions, and objectives. Local land use planning encompasses locality physical planning within the city parameters, which is significant in reflecting the local community's need. Hence, mainstreaming climate resilience into local land use planning addresses the demand and supply of space issue, as it is the key strategy to efficiently use limited resources amid climate changes. While most of the discourse in this disciplinary either focus on human having caused or influenced destruction on the global climate, I find that few studies recognize the role of an institution in reference to local government in addressing climate impact. However, these studies neither enriched the literature in mainstreaming climate resilience from a land use planning perspective and from the institution on local government cities, leading to a significant knowledge gap. The aim of this research is twofold, where the primary goal is the development of a framework to empower Malaysian local government to mainstream climate resilient initiative in the planning context, specifically local plan. The second aim is the understanding of the obstacles and issues experienced by Malaysian local government to mainstream climate resilient in the process of local land use planning. This research aims to bring light to 2 interdependent perspectives, which are the importance of the local context of a city or I put it in a way, the character of the city, and institutional environment that is important for integrating climate resilient consideration in local land use planning process. The research questions are, what are the challenges or weaknesses of existing local plan process and governance? The second, why is it important and crucial for local government to mainstream resilience within the context of local plans? And the third, how local government can effectively mainstream climate resilient initiatives in local land use planning. And these three questions will actually answer or bring significance to the research objective, whereby to identify the challenges, weaknesses of existing local land use planning process structure in mainstreaming climate resilience. A good case study approach would cause the research to be performed within a group of preliminary theories associated with the research focus. In this case, the pre-establishment of conceptualizing the situation is essential before the collection and analysis of the data. The importance of local context where planners require knowledge about climate change and local need, as not all impacts of climate change could be addressed through local land use planning process. The understanding of the character of the city by complying with planetary guardrails is very important to protect the local environment. The imperatives of the institutional environment for addressing planning and climate change elements are made by mainstreaming climate resilient initiatives within the local land use planning process. The significance of mainstreaming is the seamless interconnection of local context of a city within the institutional environment, which ensures an updated all-around land use plan, which is very much related to sectoral coordination and capacity building. So, for my research mode was separated into two phases, namely the deductive acquirement of understanding by the researcher, which is me, and development of presumption based on literature review. 2 pilot interview findings in the initial phase was done. In the later phase, primary data was collected from the sessions of focus group discussions, semi-structured interviews, and document analysis, where the conclusion was obtained at the end of the research. Inductive reasoning commences with observation and measures to trace norms to create a hypothesis that may lead to establishment of assumptions of theories. This situation is formally known as a bottom-up approach. The research techniques that actually used to conduct my research. My research is a case study research, which is constantly known as the adaptable category of qualitative inquiry. Primarily exploratory and explanatory, the case study was employed to understand real problem issues in real life settings. I used triangulation as my research methodology, where for my primary data, I conducted 6 focus group discussions that had 45 participants. Each focus group discussion session took at a span of 1 to 2 hours, and then I had 15 semi-structured personal interviews, people right from middle management up to ministerial level. Whereas for secondary data, I looked into various records and documents, right from government records, including NGO records. I wanted to address 4 themes of my research. First was perception of climate resilience issues related to land use planning, mainstreaming climate resilience into land use planning of the local government. Third, sectoral coordination, basically institutionalizing it, and also for capacity building. I analyzed my data in terms of semi-structured interview and focus group discussion. And I'll start with my research question 1. What are the disadvantages, obstacles of the available local plan process, governance structure in mainstreaming climate resilience? As you can see, when I went into awareness of climate change impact on local communities, among planners, government officers, civil servants in a nutshell, you could see that 58% of the responses from the FGDs showed that planners lack understanding of predicted effects and susceptibility to climate change. And followed by, they're actually quite unaware types of climate change and its impact on people. So these people who attended the FGD suggested 3 solutions: encourage participative planning, organizational cohesion, and availability of reliable data and information. Second was on who is responsible to address climate change impact in local land use planning. It was very surprising that all those who attended the focus group discussion informed that responsible organizations and institutions, regardless of level in government, should be held responsible to address climate change, and followed by establishing of empowering coordination within and outside of agencies. And agencies that are most affected by climate change should have a higher involvement in terms of institutionalizing the narratives of impact of climate change in local land use planning. It was also surprising to me that two sectors mostly affected by climate change shared by these people were actually on paddy production and fisheries. That is very important to food security. My second research question, many people don't seem to realize the local land use planning is the basis or foundation of planning of a city, planning of a town, or even planning of a rural area. Thus, integrating knowledge is very essential. As such, the narratives of the focus group discussion showed that 85% of those who attended it said that it is attaining credible real-time local information and participatory planning very much important together with proactive decision making. And how can actually local communities enable mainstreaming? So we're looking at a bottom-up approach. And in looking at 100% of them agree the potential roles that can be performed by local communities or entrusted to them could bring the change in terms of encouraging and supporting local community initiatives. You need a balance where you need data, you need local culture, and also affordable local need to come together with institutional environment, where you need a proper base data from EIA, local plan, local government empowerment, and political will. This is similar for both sectoral coordination and capacity building. Whereas in capacity building, you're looking again, data-driven capacity building, and institutional memory is very much stressed over and over again to have effective and strong local capacity building and sectoral coordination. In my research, there were very clear 5 contributions. The first was the importance of mainstreaming climate resilience in local government, especially in cities. And it's related to how it was systematically presented and identified, where challenges were addressed according to localities, connected to where it provided awareness and understanding of the climate change impact, to institutionalizing it in the government sector, specifically to city local government. And it was linked to coming up with a conceptual framework that is very much bottom-up approach that can be practically accepted, adapted, and done at a local government level. And this framework was established, especially in terms of mainstreaming, an integrated approach from various disciplinary, various background in the government service. A successful local land use planning that can address climate resilience is very much held together by sectoral coordination and capacity building. But in order to have a very strong sectoral coordination and effective capacity building, we need to have a bottom-up approach, whereby on my left-hand side is the character of the city, where you use local knowledge, participative planning, and data information to bring all in together. And on my right-hand side would be knowledge sharing, governance, and institutional environment. These two coming together will actually give a very strong basis for a climate resilient local land use planning. As a civil servant, this particular framework can actually be used for other instances, not only for local land use planning. Example, if you are looking into economic development in a certain place, it is very much important to address local knowledge, having participative local gathering of data, and sharing of this knowledge in terms of governance, and you're creating an institutional environment. That's how when you bring this together, you incorporate capacity building, sectoral coordination, and you will be having intellectual memory being retained in the government institution. Let me share with you how Plan Malaysia actually mainstream climate resilience via sustainable development goals into the Malaysian spatial development context. If you look at it, from a Malaysian spatial development context, they have addressed mainstreaming climate resilience via NPP3 and UP2 and NRPP within SDG 11, Sustainable Cities and Communities. And then again, you're seeing how they mainstream climate resilience via spatial development context in Climate Action SDG 13. The other very clear successful mainstreaming by Plan Malaysia that was done was actually the New Urban Agenda. You're looking at Thrust 3, where environmentally sustainable and resilient urban development was very much the crux of the planning research and guidelines for implementation actions. And in looking at NPP3, they have 3 implementation actions. This is how they actually mainstreamed it into policies. Under Thrust 4, building the urban governance structure, they managed to incorporate training and capacity building for urban planners, meaning they are able to retain knowledge of climate from one group of officers into another group of officers. My framework was adopted in the Penang 2030 vision planning, where the state government came up with investing in the built environment to improve resilience, and it was incorporated in a strategic initiative D1, where the policies has to be mainstreamed according to balanced development through effective spatial planning. And D1 was related to D4, where implement climate change in adaptation plans. Again, you are seeing the relation of planning in empowering people to strengthen civic participation. If you go back into the framework that I shared with you just now, you will see the character of the city brings a lot of significance into a successful local land use planning. The government agency needs to be more open to accepting local memory, in accepting ideas, because as government officers change, but local people in that particular area will not change. And their experience and their knowledge in certain area will help and benefit the government, especially in climate-based decisions in spatial planning. I would like to end my presentation with sharing with you the strong significance of the word resilience. The oak fought the wind and was broken, but the willow bent when it was must and survived, meaning that climate change is not something new, but in order to be resilient to climate change, we should be able to bend and to adapt to the changes. And as civil servants, it's very much important that we mainstream these changes via capacity building and sectoral coordination by including input by participative planning for a successful mainstreaming of climate resilience in local land use planning. Thank you.
Terima kasih atas penyampaian doktor tersebut tadi. Ya tuan-tuan, kita sering mendengar mengenai perubahan iklim ya. Tapi kajian doktor telah satu step higher, iaitu mengenai ketahanan terhadap perubahan iklim yang melanda dunia kita sekarang. Okey. Baik, seterusnya izinkan saya perkenalkan pembentang kedua kita, iaitu Dr. Nur Aisyah Haji Hassan. Dr. Nur Aisyah adalah pengurus kanan yang bertugas di Perbadanan Produktiviti Malaysia MPC dan akan membentangkan kajian beliau. Doktor, dipersilakan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum and salam sejahtera. Welcome to Research Kolokium 2022 organised by Intan. I'm Nur Aisyah Haji Hassan from MPC, Malaysia Productivity Corporation, and I did my study at UM. I feel very honoured to be one of the presenters in this colloquium. So today I will speak about my study on antecedent and outcome of integrated internal audit management, or in short I call it as IIAM effectiveness in certified Malaysian manufacturing firm. This study would like to gauge whether the integrated audit can contribute to the business sustainability in Malaysian manufacturing firm. If you look at our government policy back in year 2009, Malaysia formulated the new economic model, which further cemented Malaysia's commitment to pursue sustainable development based on 3 pillars, namely high income, inclusivity, and sustainability, which mirrors the 3 elements of sustainable development goal, namely economy, social, and environment. Let me begin. This is my table of content. Okay, let me start with chapter 1 on introduction. According to Karapetrovic and Wilbur 1998, Integrated Management System or IMS can be referred as the interconnected processes which present more effective management system. And according to Abad and al. 2014, through integrated audit, it also can save time, reduce bureaucracy, and save human, technical, and financial resources as well. If you look at this diagram, according to Kimmel 2015, integrated audit is fall under integrated management system. So what is the problem? In this problem statement, I would like to highlight 4 justifications why I'm choosing this topic to be studied. First, there are many studies about MS audit, management system audit. However, studies about audit integration, be whether it's internal or external, are much sparse and contribution in this direction are very much needed. Second, internal audit effectiveness can be seen through the coverage audit area, auditor capabilities, and audit frequency. Third, in Malaysian context, a critical success factor of IMS, or in my study I call it as IIAM, has been studied. However, these factors are not related to any theories govern that whole IMS initiative. And last but not least, the integration of sustainability and IMS approach is inadequate. Not much study to adapt current MS practices and tools to better align with business sustainability. That's why in my study, I would like to further deep dive on these variables. Okay, based on the problem statement that I mentioned just now, I have come up with the RQ and RO. Okay, among my RO is first to examine the relationship between antecedent factors and IIM effectiveness. Other than that, to examine the relationship between IIM effectiveness and business sustainability. And also, I would like to investigate the mediating role of internal audit process in the relationship between antecedent factors and IIM effectiveness in Malaysian manufacturing firm. Okay, now let me move to chapter 2 on literature review. Okay, in literature review, I will discuss one by one what are the antecedent factors that can affect the outcome. They consist of internal and external factors, and in general, internal factors consist of resource and resources expertise. Meanwhile, for external factors, focusing on stakeholder involvement and coordination. In this study, I also conducted content analysis based on 37 main articles related to my study. So from content analysis, I have identified the high-cited factors for internal and external respectively. The top 3 of internal factors of human resources, technology, and quality capabilities. And for external factors are consist of customers, suppliers, and regulators. And to ensure these factors are workable, these factors were validated by industry during my preliminary study. Okay, since my study on integrated internal audit, let's look on the audit process where it can be defined as planning, conducting, report writing, and following up the action. This audit process can lead to the effectiveness of control system in the organization. According to Michael and al. 2017, integration of quality management system QMS, environmental management system EMS, and OSHA's occupational health and safety could maximize the firm performance such as business sustainability and effectiveness. Again, to identify which outcome that really practical with my study, I have run the content analysis. From 37 main articles, I found out that business sustainability is one of the firm performance that suit with my study. According to Asif and al. 2010, business sustainability can be referred to the expansion of the corporate perspective, which consider environmental, social, and economic aspects. Based on the literature review also, I've studied the theories that can govern the antecedents and outcome of integrated internal audit management system effectiveness. 3 theories were selected, which are DCT, Dynamic Capabilities Theory, Stakeholder Theory, and Contingency Theory. From the literature review, I have come up with this initial framework. There are internal and external factors that contribute to the IIAM effectiveness and how IIAM effectiveness can affect the business sustainability in the long run. Okay, I have interviewed 4 companies. The selection of 4 companies were based on the criteria, and one of it is firm selected is based on their experience in IIMS audit, or in my study I call it as IIAM, and at least have implemented 2 out of 3 management systems. The purpose of the interview are to confirm the initial framework that derived from the literature review, and at the same time to obtain input from the expert. And for the validation purposes, I have adapted validity and reliability measures from Schneider and all 2014. And the findings, and among the findings are, first, all firms agree that internal factors can influence IIAM effectiveness. Second, all firms agree that external factors can be one of the motivation factors. And the third one, integrated internal audit has identified as initiative to improve business sustainability. Okay, based on that, I have developed this research framework. In my research framework, it can be divided into 2 phases. If you look at here, internal factors governed by DCT, dynamic capabilities theory, external factors governed by stakeholder theory, and the relationship between antecedents and outcome will carried out by contingency theory. Okay, based on the research framework that I have developed just now, I have come up with 5 main hypotheses. Okay, now let me move to the research methodology. Okay, for my study, I have adapted quantitative research. The total population of my study is around 456 companies who actually integrated 2 and 3 management systems. Since the number of population very small, I'm using census sampling, which cover about 439 companies. From the same organization, I required 2 respondents to answer on manager level and also internal auditors. And for data analysis, I use SPSS and Smart PLS 3.0. Okay, the questionnaire developed based on these internal and external instruments. Okay, same goes to the internal audit process and the outcome. And to ensure my questionnaire is understood by the respondent, I have conducted phase validity with 2 groups of people, which are from academia and the industry. Okay, for my pilot study, the number of questionnaire that I developed is about 123 items. And also manual versus online. I would say that there is no significant difference between these 2 groups. Okay, by using ANOVA, these are the descriptive analysis for antecedents, which consists of internal antecedent factors, internal audit process, IIAM effectiveness, and business sustainability. Okay, as mentioned before, in my study, I use Smart PLS 3.0. This is the first assessment of reflective measurement for first order construct. Okay, second assessment is on reflective measurement for second order construct. For second assessment is on reflective measurement for second order construct. These are 3 tests conducted, namely composite reliability, CR, convergent validity, and discriminant validity, and the result as stated in the table shown. In my study, I also run HTMT, heterotrade monotrade test, to assess the discriminant validity, and based on the result shown, the confidence interval did not show any value of 1 in any of the construct, thus indicating the discriminant validity has been ascertained. My third assessment is on formative measurement for second order construct. If you look at the table, there are 2 second order constructs which are IIM effectiveness and business sustainability. And each of them have several items. If you look at the loading column, for item productivity and economy, formative indicators should generally be retained when the item weight is not significant but has relatively high item loading, for example, more than 0.05. However, there is a special case for social item, as I decided to also be retained in my study, as according to RCIF et al. 2011 and Key et al. 2013 highlighted that business sustainability should encompass economic, environment, and social aspect. From the assessment conducted, I have come up with a second order measurement model, which is more simpler. And based on the thorough analysis, the hypothesis testing, I would like to summarize that only H1A, H1C, and H1C, H2, and H3 are supported. And for mediation, I would like to conclude that internal audit process has small effect towards HRC, human resource capability, and QC, quality capability, where has large effects on IAM effectiveness and medium effects toward business sustainability. As overall, out of 17 hypotheses, 8 hypotheses are supported and the rest are not. So to discuss further on this finding, let's go to chapter 6. As overall, the finding will be analysed and compared with the existing literature review to prove and disprove the hypothesis. For this chapter, the discussion highlights the relationship between antecedent factors and IIAM effectiveness, as well as the relationship between IIAM effectiveness and business sustainability performance. For H1, the relationship between internal factors and IIM effectiveness, only H1A and H1C are supported, while H1B, which is on technology, is not supported, as according to NIGEM and all 2017. Further described that technological capability does not verify the significant role of technology in increasing organizational performance. For the relationship between external factors and IIM effectiveness, both are not supported. For H2, the relationship between internal audit process and IIM effectiveness, and for H3, the relationship between IIM effectiveness and business sustainability, both are supported. For H4, internal factors, only HB is not supported, as knowledge on IT usage, which is technology, and IT audit have no significant impacts on the rate of integration in company implementing the partially integrated approach. For H4 external factors, both are not supported. As stated by Petroni 2001, many companies are still doubtful whether certification will be realized into improved process and increased performance. As for H5 on mediating effect, I would say that the internal audit process has significant effect on the relationship between internal factors, specifically on human resource and quality capability, and IIAM effectiveness. Whereas external factors, which consider environmental pressure and the system characteristic, have no statistically significant influence on internal matters, including the effectiveness of ISO management system. On theoretical contribution, for DCT, there are significant link between HRC and QC, which is this is a new contribution to the theory itself. And for stakeholder theory, this finding actually contradicts with the past study finding on the positive relationship. And for practical contribution under Industrial 4.0, policymaker can use this study to determine sustainable manufacturing practices and how it can contribute to national SDG. And contribution to policy, I would say that during my study, only a small number of companies have implemented the IMS or IAM effectiveness, mainly due to the lack of intention of the company towards sustainability. And as policymaker, we have to investigate why not many companies are willing to adopt the SDG program. And policymaker also should also consider to provide some incentive in order to encourage a company to get certification on IMS, which actually related to economy, social and environment, and at the same time to create conducive environment in the long run for a more sustainable Malaysia. Okay, last but not least, as a conclusion, all my study has some limitation. All study has some limitations, same goes to my study. Okay, this study has small number of population and no database on the company that implemented IMS, and also limited to perception study only and difficult to get feedback, as this study adopted multiple respondent approach. And for the future study, researcher may replicate this study in other countries, perhaps can widen the unit of analysis, and perhaps can use DMAC as the process as the audit process. And to summarize and conclude my presentation, this study found out that internal factors, specifically on HRC, human resource capability, and quality capability have significant relationship between IIAM, Integrated Internal Audit Management, and two indicators of IIAM effectiveness, which is quality and efficiency, created substantial impact on business sustainability, and internal audit process strongly mediates the relationship between internal factors and IIAM effectiveness. Okay, this is my timeline. I managed to complete my PhD less than 3 years. And with that, I end my presentation. Thank you very much.
Terima kasih Dr. Nur Aisyah atas pembentangan tadi. Sorry. Okay. Saya pasti kita semua sedar tentang kepentingan audit dan juga kepentingan mendapatkan certification bagi satu-satu organisasi. Apalagi dalam perkhidmatan awam ya tuan-puan. So hopefully kajian Dr. Nur Aisyah dapat merealisasikan untuk jabatan-jabatan dalam perkhidmatan awam untuk mendapatkan certification lah in the future. Baik, seterusnya saya ingin menjemput pembentang ketiga kita iaitu Dr. Abdul Muhaimin Abdul Latif. Dr. Abdul telah mendapat ijazah kedoktoran beliau daripada UiTM dan kini menjadi penolong setiausaha kanan di KETSA. Ya, dipersilakan Doktor.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And very good afternoon. My name is Abdul Muhaimin bin Abdul Latif. Currently attached to the Ministry of Energy and Natural Resources. I started my PhD journey back in March 2018 and completed in October 2021. My research topic is Project Governance Framework for Public Poverty Alleviation Projects in Malaysia. So today I would like to share my outcome of the research. So this is my presentation outline. Also, okay, basically I will start with the research background. We have started our National Development Plan back in 1957 through First Millennium Plan, and now we are in the 12th Malaysian Plan. A lot of projects and programs related to the poverty alleviation have been conducted by the government, which cost more than RM120 billion. However, related to the poverty alleviation projects or program success, there are issues encountered throughout the development journey. The main thing is that on how the public projects or program are managed. This is where project governance comes into the picture, where project governance practice is identified as a critical success factor for the delivery of the project. So consequently, the motivation of this research, if you can see that the poverty incident has declined back from 1970 until now 2020, where we have recorded around 8.4% of poverty incident. And also, if you can see that the poverty alleviation project budget also has increased from years to years. The research background has set the context of the research, where the statement of the problem basically start where evidence suggests that there are emerging challenges in poverty alleviation, and also governance practices in poverty alleviation projects are poorly understood, as well as the issues in linking the project governance and poverty alleviation. These three issues has led to the many poverty alleviation projects fail to meet the expectations due to the governance issues, which lead to the failure of project attainment, and the target groups will not be benefited from the project. So there are pressing needs to address a better understanding of project governance practices. Obviously, the problem statement become the basis of the development of research questions and research objective. For example, lack of knowledge and understanding of project governance lead to the first RQ, which is how project governance is practiced. New elements needed to address the weaknesses in the system, which lead to the second RQ, what are the embedded project governance elements that have been practiced. And number 3, straight transfer of a framework from one country or industry to another will not work, which lead to the third RQ, how the project governance elements found in the investigation could be formalized into a comprehensive project governance framework, or PGF. The research design. This research is basically a qualitative in nature, where there are 4 pillars of the research design. Of course, a review of literature is a must, whereby the outcome of the review of literature, I have developed the theoretical framework of the research. Next, I conducted exploratory study, which lead to the development of the conceptual framework. Case study is the main data collection strategy, where 5 case studies have been conducted to answer RQ1 and RQ2, which lead to the development of project governance framework draft. And the draft has been validated through focus group discussion, which answer RQ3 and lead to the development of final project governance framework. Basically, the review of the literature is about 2 main streams, which are governance and poverty. Subsequently, the link between project governance and poverty elevation program was established through the derivation of project governance in poverty elevation program. The theoretical framework. The development of theoretical framework, which is based on theoretical notion of this research, which is stewardship theory, has allowed to the establishment of 5 initial research propositions. First, the intrinsic motivation, which consists of trust and collaboration. Values are shared at the organization and project level. Collectivist culture, which puts the needs of the poor people ahead of their own needs. Stakeholder orientation, which emphasizes the effective delivery to the poor people. Empowerment, which provides flexibility to the projects to be carried effectively. For exploratory study, the purpose is to determine the current state of project governance practices. And basically, the results of exploratory study have contributed to the development of conceptual framework. The conceptual framework basically started from intrinsic motivation, again, which consists of element trust and collaboration, where element trust and collaboration influence the project governance elements as well as the project governance components. And the working definition of the research has been developed, whereby project governance basically is a set of values and a balanced structure that reflect the ability of the organization to select the best project that suits the organization's objective, manage the project efficiently, and ensure the project serves the intended stakeholder effectively. Basically, this is the main data collection strategy, which is case study. To answer the RQ1 and RQ2, the data collection has been conducted from May 2019 until January 2020. It started with the data collection entry interview to help for better design of case study protocol, input of cases selection, as well as serve as validation for interview questions. Apart from interview 31 informants, this case study research has also utilized document analysis, observation, field notes, and also research journal. All the data has been analyzed by using NVivo 12 Plus software through the template analysis for coding, categorizing, and also analyzing data. 5 case study, which are PPRT, Projek Perumahan Rakyat Termiskin, Projek Pemajuan Kawasan, Pasar Nelayan, Jalan Luar Bandar, as well as Projek Perumahan Rakyat. The research discovered several project governance practices which are divided into 3 main phases of project management cycle. During the project initiation and planning, there are 2 main practices which are comprehensive project planning and rigorous participant selection. During the project implementation, evidence suggests the utilization of government machinery system, which silos and uncoordinated activities among the project actors are still in existence. while the project handover and operationalization there are operation guidelines provided by the project authority, which included the participants' fulfillment on economic progress, which will enhance the poor people quality of life. There are 8 project governance elements has been discovered for RQ2, which are analysed based on 10 propositions developed purposely for the cross-case study analysis. The most important things are there are common interplay among the project governance elements which are connected in a specific way, which in turn influence the project governance practices. The 8 elements are altruistic empathy, which consists of empathy to poor people life, as well as spirit to uplift the poor. Intrinsic motivation, again, which consists of trust and collaboration. Effective leadership, decision making, stakeholder management, accountability, and transparency of work process. Shared vision, where the vision are shared among the public officials, as well as the learning environment, which among others are the conducive environment for learning among the public actors. The development of project governance framework has been established based on the case study research findings, and the project governance framework has been validated through the focus group discussion, where again the focus group protocol has been established. So during the focus group discussion or FGD, there are 7 participants took part in the FGD, and there are a mixture of management, technical and academic. There are few activities that have been conducted, which are pre-FGD survey, focusing exercise, as well as panel discussion. And the qualitative data has been analyzed through the thematic analysis by utilizing NVivo 12+ software. This is the finding of research question 3. Basically, the project governance framework for this research is displayed where it started from driving factors. The driving factors consist of altruistic empathy and intrinsic motivation. So the driving factors basically drive 4 other main cluster, which are competency catalyst, stewardship oriented, governance principles, and supporting conditions. So all elements created a value system which reflect the working definition of project governance in poverty alleviation projects. And the project cycles, the value system influenced the project cycle, which again consists of 3 main phases of project cycle: project initiation and planning, project implementation, and also project handover and operationalization. So this framework basically contribute to the good project governance practices and subsequently lead to the project outcome achievement. For conclusion, to sum up, this is basically a relational base of governance where it leans towards underlying patterns of human behavior, where project governance is informally practiced in the poverty alleviation projects. Altruistic empathy and intrinsic motivation as 2 main elements, they are significantly practiced and positively interplayed with 6 other elements, and also comprehensive project governance framework has been developed, which integrate between project governance practices and elements. The novelty of the research includes establishing the connection between project governance and poverty alleviation projects. I have expanded the list of elements that influence the practices of project governance, which is altruistic empathy. Recognize that poverty alleviation projects have different setup and motivation compared to other public projects, which are altruistic empathy and intrinsic motivation. And also, the project governance framework was designed to be generic in nature to enable easy applicable in the related public organization. Research contribution. So basically, in terms of body of knowledge, this research contributes to the research area, frameworks, and also methodology. So this is an important part to highlight in terms of practical application in the Malaysian public sector. In terms of public policy, this research basically established further integration of project governance within the public governance substance, where it could be embraced widely during the National Development Plan, including the 12th Malaysia Plan. especially in the area of poverty, rural and regional development, affordable housing, education, and also health. In terms of public policy also, this research contribute to offer policy makers to iron out specific guidelines to guide ministries, departments, and agencies in terms of poverty alleviation projects and program. And there are also needs to establish of dasar anti-kemiskinan negara, which could include on how public projects related to the poverty alleviation could be managed by the public officials. In terms of delivery system, this research contribute to the utilization for better decision making across the project organization, whereby in public sector, the project could cut across around many organizations and agencies. Secondly, positive interplay is significant in adding value and guiding public officials to deliver the project effectively, whereby this is important to reduce the fragmentation, bureaucracy, and also silo mentality, which are still in existence. Number 3, to reinforce underlying project governance elements towards strengthening the delivery system. This research is important as an input for program pembasmian kemiskinan Tegar Keluarga Malaysia or BMTKM, which is currently being implemented by the government. So there are also needs for the government to ensure the machinery system, especially on the ground, are effectively managed to ensure that the plan or the objective of the projects could be achieved by the government, as well as to ensure that there are no more hardcore poverty among Malaysians. In terms of research limitation and recommendation, basically the context of project governance framework could be explored in more wide area. Number 2, public officials as the project actors is the limitation, whereby there should be consideration to include other significant stakeholders. This research is unrelated with the project outcome, whereby this research only study on the governance aspect. Next research could establish the connection between project governance practices and the outcome of the project, and the utilization of stewardship theory. This research limit on the stewardship theory, where further research could explore other theoretical lenses. This is my list of publication. There are 5 Scopus Index Journal and 1 article still under consideration. So basically, this is emotional stages of doing a PhD or running a marathon, whereby at the start or the beginning of the research, you have quite adrenaline rush, and you are quite high spirit to complete your study. But along the way, when you start to develop your literature review, your framework, there will be a time of doubt and anger, and you have to accept that you have to do something to ensure that you could climb back, to ensure that at the end of the day you could deliver or you could complete your research successfully. Thank you. And last but not least, financial support received from JPA throughout my PhD journey is gratefully acknowledged.
Terima kasih Dr. Abdul Muhaimin atas persembahan tadi. Saya amat tertarik dengan hubungan yang doktor telah buat di antara projek pembasmian kemiskinan yang dikaitkan dengan tadbir urus yang baik, ya. At the same time, kita juga perlu ingat bahawa tadbir urus yang baik perlulah dipraktikkan dalam semua aspek, terutamanya dalam perkhidmatan awam, supaya perkhidmatan yang kita sampaikan kepada rakyat sampai sebaik-baiknya. Baik, sekarang kita akan ke sesi soal jawab. Dan seperti dalam sesi pertama, disebabkan kekekalan masa, kita mungkin hanya dapat bersoalan jawab beberapa soalan saja. Jadi sekiranya tuan-puan mempunyai lebih banyak soalan kepada pembentang, mohon perlu sedia untuk mendapatkan email pembentang dengan izin mereka, ya. Alright, okay. Soalan pertama kita adalah kepada Dr. Vishantini, kalau tak silap saya. Okay. Land use planning helps the local government to make decisions. How do we empower the local government to execute those decisions? What is the gap between finding what to do and actually able to do it? Doctor?
Thank you, Dr. Kat. In order for me to answer the first question, I have to address the second question first.
Okay.
All of us are aware about federal government, state government, but many of us aren't aware of the crucial role that is played by the local government. And local government actually comes under the purview of the state government. The federal government has very much limited control over the local government. Unfortunately, a lot of resources is not being flowed to the local government. As an example, if you look back 10 to 20 years behind, the number of headcounts in the local government is still similar to what we have now. But the amount of responsibility has increased, including of addressing issues on climate change and also climate resilience. So how do we actually use land use planning? I'm going to the first question. How do you use land use planning to help local government, right? Within the land use planning prerogative, there are requirements for engagement with local people, local. We know that civil servants, the turnover is quite high. However, local people are there quite for a long time, and they know about their environment. They know what is going on around them. But we in the local government or every other government agency, what I found out through my research is we do not have enough engagement with the local people and also empowering the local government to engage local people. As an example, yeah, when we come out with local plan or state structure plan, usually we as civil servants have an idea what we want for a locality. We always or seldom come as a first notion, ask what the local want first before we plan for the locality. So you can ask yourself, if you go back to your hometown, actually do you want an industrial area nearby your house? Example. Or do you want to actually develop a floodplain? Floodplain maksudnya kawasan yang mudah dinaiki air. Dan what we see right now, due to development, a lot of these floodplains have been developed. And then throughout the years, in 10 years' time, when we are hit by massive flood, we blame the nature, we blame the local government, we blame everyone else. But we actually don't ask ourselves, when we were doing the actual land use planning 10 years back, did we actually consider local knowledge, which was found in my research, and also how was the climate around that area? So that I believe I would have answered the first question. But there was a third question in the first one. Can you go back up, please? Dia ada 3 soalan kan tadi, kalau tak silap.
Okay, I think
Yeah.
it was...
What is the gap between the finding? I think I've also addressed that. Have I? I hope I have. Thank you.
Okay, second question also to, all right, I think we'll ask Dr. Aisyah. Okay, Dr. Aisyah, dalam research methodology, mengapa anda menggunakan multiple respondent?
Okay, thank you, Puan. Okay, in my study, because I actually fokus kepada 2 benda, antecedents and outcome. For antecedents, the first thing yang I nak tengok is actually the internal audit. Okay, the internal audit process effectiveness. And then the outcome yang I nak measure is the business sustainability. So in my research, why I choose using 2 multiple respondent, one is internal auditor and one is business sustainability, because untuk internal audit, kita boleh minta internal auditor to answer. But when we come to the performance ataupun outcome, in my study, I related to business sustainability. Some of auditor, because my study is actually in the manufacturing sector, most of the internal auditor is not represent managerial level. So that's why in my study, to get the comprehensive view, I use multiple respondent to assess the internal audit effectiveness, which is answered by internal auditor, and for outcome, which is business sustainability, which answered by managerial level. And I just want to share, it's very difficult actually if you want to explore further. For multiple respondent, you have to think twice. It's actually related juga dengan data collection. Bila data collection, one of them tak jawab, kita kena void. So it's very challenges, but I think it's good experience for me. Tapi itulah susah sikit lah untuk multiple respondent. If you want to explore on that, I welcome lah. Tapi I think I have to think twice. Thank you.
So doktor mencapai juga ya kajian doktor ni. Okey, terima kasih doktor. Alright, soalan ketiga kita adalah kepada Dr. Mohaimin. Bagaimana kita hendak mewujudkan sikap altruistik empati di kalangan penjawat awam dalam melakukan tugasan mereka, terutama dalam menangani isu sosial seperti pembasmian kemiskinan? Doktor?
Okey, terima kasih atas soalan tersebut. Saya rasa kita balik kepada basic balik, bahawa penjawat awam sebenarnya kita perlu berorientasikan kepada rakyat. Ya. Jadi apabila dalam kita punya value system, di sistem nilai kita sedia ada, kita tugasan yang kita lakukan tu berorientasikan kepada rakyat, maka sebenarnya isu seperti ataupun elemen of altruistic empathy itu automatically akan ada sebenarnya dalam diri penjawat awam. Jadi apatah lagi kalau penjawat awam yang memang berhadapan dengan tugasan-tugasan berkaitan kemiskinan, ya, bila mereka turun padang, melawat keluarga-keluarga miskin, memberikan bantuan, merancang bantuan. Jadi bermaksud bahawa bila berorientasikan kepada rakyat, kita bukan sahaja berada di pejabat, ya, kita juga sepatutnya berada di lapangan. Jadi bagi saya itulah, kita balik kepada basic, bahawa apapun kita berorientasikan kepada rakyat, maka elemen of altruistic empathy itu sebenarnya akan datang.
So nilai empathy yang perlu ada di dalam penjawat awam itulah. It's not something yang boleh dibina or something like that. Betul? Okay. Baik, Dr. Vishantini, one more question for you. In your study, what is your suggestion for further research?
Thank you, Dr. Kat. When I embarked on my study 4 years ago, by now it's 4 years ago, I realized that many research was not done in relevance to local government, climate resilience and land use planning in Malaysia. Many was done in other ASEAN countries, developing ASEAN countries, but very limited to Malaysia. I focused on city-state, which was island city-state. That was my limitation due to time and resources. I would really encourage if research could be expanded to other local government, Majlis Perbandaran or Majlis Daerah, they're still pihak berkuasa tempatan, and also if people can focus from a gender perspective. I realize when women are empowered, the reaction is much better. That would be my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doktor. Soalan seterusnya kepada Dr. Aisyah. Bagaimana MPC boleh menggunakan research untuk menyokong polisi sedia ada? Seterusnya, boleh Doktor terangkan sedikit tentang behavioral insights dalam mempengaruhi tindakan yang perlu dilakukan?
Okay, thank you. Okay, soalan ni agak mencabar sebab dia ada dua benda. Yang pertama berkaitan dengan bagaimana research saya ni on integration audit ni boleh support polisi sedia ada. So macam kami MPC, kita di bawah MITI. So di bawah MITI kita ada satu national plan, we call it as National Plan on Industrial Forward. So one of the criteria that we assess under national plan, national policy on industrial forward tu adalah integration, one of the element. So kalau kita lihat balik dalam study saya, macam mana kita nak integrate, kita nak lihat the integration of internal audit ni, situasinya di Malaysia. So masa research yang saya buat tu, feedback yang kami dapat masa saya buat data collection, observation semua tu, kita nampak di Malaysia in term of dia punya awareness ataupun kebanyakan company memang tak banyak yang ada IMS, Integrated Management System. Some of it ada integrate 2, tapi the best is actually 3 lah kan, ada ISO 9001, EMS, Environmental Management System, and OSHA, Occupational Safety and Health. Tapi di Malaysia around dalam 18% sahaja yang ada. Itu pun company-company besar saja. So apa yang kita nampak dekat situ, Malaysia kalau kita nak relate balik dengan business sustainability, is actually orang kata jauh lagi. We have to work hard lah untuk ni. So bila kaitkan balik dengan behavioral insight, macam mana kita nak nak nudge this company kan dekat Malaysia, sebab kita tahu about 90% of company in Malaysia ni SME. Okay, yang macam saya cakap tadi, dalam 18% yang kita kata ada IMS tu semua yang big company, yang GLC, multinational. So macam mana kita nak nudge behavioral insight ni, macam mana kita nak pinch this company untuk dia sedar, oh business sustainability is orang kata good for them kan, untuk orang nak sustain dalam this business. So perhaps macam kita mungkin this is my suggestion lah, if we can have some incentive. Okay, insentif tu kita galakkan diorang kan untuk diorang melaksanakan integration audit ni. Sebab kita kena tahu why we need integration audit, sebab ultimate goal dia adalah untuk kita nak save time, save resources kan, bila kita nak buat integrated audit. So mungkin salah satunya kita provide insentif ataupun awareness lah. Sometimes kalau awareness ni rasanya dah banyak government buat kan, kalau through MPC, through MITI dan MPC pun kita banyak dah buat, tapi the take up rate, the readiness tu tidak menggambarkan ataupun tidak menepati apa yang kita nak. So perhaps kita boleh explore further lah untuk yang behavioral insight ni kan, macam mana kita nak nudge company ni towards business sustainability. I hope saya menjawab soalan.
Terima kasih Doktor. Okey, kita ke soalan terakhir kepada Dr. Mohaimin ya. Okey Doktor, dalam slide kesimpulan Doktor telah memaklumkan bahawa tadbir urus projek telah dipraktikkan secara tidak formal dalam projek pembasmian kemiskinan. So soalan saya, mengapa tidak formal Doktor? Kenapa tidak diformalkan?
Okay, terima kasih Doktor. Okay, basically sebenarnya memang dari segi tadbir urus governance dalam projek ni memang secara formalnya memang telah dipraktiskan selama ini. Kita ada banyak garis panduan, keliling dan sebagainya yang memang kita bersandarkan kepada panduan dan perkeliling itu adalah part of governance lah, bagaimana kita mentadbir urus sebuah projek. Tetapi dalam konteks projek-projek kemiskinan, selain daripada guidelines ataupun perkeliling tersebut, ada aspek-aspek lain yang perlu dipraktiskan secara informal. Jadi itulah maksudnya bahawa value system yang terdiri daripada mainnya adalah atas empathy and intrinsic motivation, which is dari segi trust and collaboration, itu juga adalah satu aspek yang memang perlu ditekankan dalam konteks pembasmian kemiskinan. Jadi secara keseluruhannya begitulah maknanya research yang telah saya laksanakan itu. Findingsnya adalah selain daripada all the elements yang informally practice, ada elemen informally practice ini juga yang perlu kita tekankan, which is banyaklah main pillar of bagaimana menentukan kejayaan sesebuah projek berkaitan kemiskinan. Itu saja, terima kasih.
So in other words, trust dan collaboration akan menyumbang kepada kita mempraktikkan tadbir urus yang baiklah. It will also contribute. Okay, terima kasih Doktor. Baik tuan-puan, kita telah pun ke akhir sesi kedua dan sekali lagi saya mengucapkan terima kasih kepada semua pembentang kita yang telah sudi hadir untuk berkongsi ilmu dengan kita. Semoga hasil penyelidikan mereka dapat dijadikan langkah pertama ke arah kemakmuran negara kita. Dan terima kasih juga kepada para penonton atas penyertaan dan perhatian daripada anda semua. Jadi saya menyerahkan kembali majlis kepada saudari pengacara majlis. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Yang Berusaha, Dr. Catherine Ann Francis, moderator bagi pembentangan slot pertama dan kedua pada pagi ini. Hadirin sekalian, kita akan berhenti rehat selama 15 minit sebelum meneruskan sesi pembentangan berikutnya. Mohon para hadirin untuk berada di tempat masing-masing sebelum sesi bermula pada pukul 11.30 pagi. Terima kasih. dan salam sejahtera. Hadirin sekalian, sesi pembentangan slot ketiga diteruskan lagi dengan sesi pembentangan oleh pembentang yang merupakan graduan dari universiti di Jepun. Slot ini akan dikendalikan oleh Yang Berusaha Dr. Razul Iqmal bin Ramli sebagai moderator. Dengan sukacitanya, majlis mempersilakan Yang Berusaha Doktor.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan salam sejahtera. Terima kasih diucapkan kepada pengacara majlis dan salam memartabatkan ilmu dan pendidikan saya zahirkan kepada hadirin yang mengikuti Kolokium Penyelidikan 2022 secara fizikal maupun secara dalam talian. Hadirin yang saya hormati, inisiatif untuk menyebar luas kajian merupakan salah satu proses penting dalam disiplin penyelidikan, dan proses ini memberikan ruang kepada hasil kajian yang dilaksanakan dikongsikan kepada pihak yang berkepentingan bagi membolehkan ia diterjemahkan dalam bentuk program dasar-dasar baharu untuk menambah perkhidmatan awam. Dan menerusi manfaat ini, kajian itu dapat diutamakan dan hasilnya dapat dirasai oleh kita semua. Dan untuk sesi ketiga ini, seramai 3 orang lagi pembentang akan mengambil bahagian dalam membentangkan hasil kajian mereka. 2 daripada pembentang ada bersama-sama kita di Dewan ini, walaupun seorang lagi pembentang tidak dapat hadir di atas komitmen rasmi yang telah ditetapkan lebih awal. Sungguh pun kedua-dua mereka ini berbeza daripada segi perkhidmatan dan juga bidang pengajian, namun mereka mempunyai persamaan yang amat penting, iaitu mereka ketiga-tiganya adalah merupakan graduan daripada universiti daripada negara Jepun. Pembentang kita yang pertama adalah Yang Berusaha Dr. Syahrim Azhan Ibrahim. Apa khabar, Doktor? Beliau merupakan pegawai penyelidik di Agensi Angkasa Malaysia dan telah menamatkan pengajian di Kyushu Institute of Technology. Jadi tanpa melengahkan masa, kita ikuti pembentangan daripada Yang Berusaha Dr. Syahrim. Dengan segala hormatnya, dipersilakan.
Assalamualaikum and good day everybody. It is a pleasure to be here at the Kolokium Penyelidikan 2022. My name is Syahrim Azhan bin Ibrahim from Malaysia Space Agency or MISA. I will be presenting a part of my PhD study which is entitled Solar Radiation Disturbance on Deployable Solar Panels of Nanosatellite. The study was done in Kyushu Institute of Technology or QTech under supervision of Professor Eki Yamaguchi. The outline of my presentation is as shown in this slide. Firstly, I will introduce you to nanosatellite. As is known, an artificial satellite is an object that is intentionally placed into an orbit or circle around a larger object. Nanosatellite is a type of artificial satellite that is relatively small in size with mass between 1 to 10 kilogram. And it usually follows a specification called CubeSats. As you can expect, a CubeSat is shaped like a cube, about 10 centimeter wide, long and deep. That is called a unit or 1U. Like building blocks, units can be combined to make bigger CubeSats by stacking them so you can have 1.5U, 2U, 3U, or even 6 units. With the bigger size, we can place more parts for more complex missions, which may require solar panels that can be deployed to generate more power for the CubeSat system. CubeSats are great because they are made from standard, low-cost, readily available parts that allow universities and other teams to launch their very own missions in outer space. In Malaysia, the CubeSat standards has been adopted and successfully launched by a private firm, ATSB, and a university, UITM, both in 2018. Currently, most nanosatellites are deployed in low Earth orbit, or LEO, which have altitudes ranging between 250 km to 2000 km from the Earth's surface. In LEO, the main external disturbances for satellites are gravitational gradients, magnetic fields, aerodynamic drag, and also solar radiation. As shown in figure 3, the amount of solar radiation is almost constant around the Earth. However, the force exerted on each individual satellite depends on the surface area facing solar radiation. Recently, since there are more CubeSats use deployable solar arrays or solar panels to increase solar power generation, there is a need to make a study about the characteristic of solar radiation on those nanosatellites. As shown in figure 4, satellites in low Earth orbit will experience periodic heating in sunlight and cooling in shadow regions of the Earth. Referring to figure 5, the transition from shadow region or eclipse to daylight is especially critical, as the satellite will experience sudden thermal loading, which can generate an impulsive torque on the deployable solar panel, resulting in dynamic response, also known as thermally induced dynamics, or TID. The TID phenomena on the solar panel has been known to affect the orientation of LEO satellites during eclipse transition. As shown in this figure, the sudden thermal loading from solar radiation can force the solar panel to move downward from its original position, resulting in orientation of the satellite body in the opposite direction due to inertia effect. Majority of CubeSats are low Earth orbiting. From the literature review made, available research focused on large satellites whose size and mass are in orders of magnitude larger than miniaturized satellite like CubeSat. Since large satellites normally have one or two more large solar panels, the effect of TID disturbance on the orientation, or we can also call it as attitude dynamics of the satellites, mostly were studied analytically using a simple spacecraft consisting of a rigid body and one or two beams to represent the solar panels. CubeSats, on the other hand, could even have 4 panels. Therefore, there is an apparent lack of studies on how this phenomenon could affect the CubeSat attitude dynamics, although the usage of deployable solar panels has become more popular in recent times. Moreover, in anticipation of future advanced mission requirements, prior investigation regarding TID is worthwhile, so that necessary countermeasures can be implemented if required. Given this apparent research gap, the following question is addressed in this research. How can the attitude dynamics of a CubeSat mounted with deployable solar panels be affected by TID phenomena? The methodology used in this research has 4 major procedures, beginning with determining the analysis model and thermal environments to set the scope of the research. Some of the info is shown here in figure 7. From there, we run thermal analysis using a software called Thermal Desktop to obtain temperature profiles of our model. Then, based on the temperature data we had, we ran thermal structural analysis in Abacus, a finite element software to classify the types of TID disturbances that could occur. Finally, we ran attitude dynamics analysis using the inertia relief method in Abacus software to quantify the satellite's rotation due to the TID effect. In this slide, I will show some of the important results obtained from each analysis done in the procedures. Thermal analysis is the first part of the analysis. Its purpose is to obtain the temperature average on different layers of the deployable solar panels during the shadow to sunlight transition as a function of orbit time. In brief, from the thermal space environment settings in the orbit of interest, we can obtain the total external heat absorbed by the top and bottom surfaces of the deployable solar panels. Figure 8 shows the absorbed heat in one orbit period. From there, we can obtain the temperature of each layer of the solar panels, as shown in figure 9. The second part of analysis is called thermal structural analysis. The function is to classify the types of TID disturbances that may occur on the current CubeSat model and quantify their levels. On the finding of this analysis, as expected, due to the change of heat absorbed along the orbit trajectory, the temperature of the solar panel varies accordingly. In the shadow region, the entire solar panel structure is almost at the same temperature, and then changes occur when they enter the sunlight. as the temperature will increase differently depending on the position of layers and material properties. The temperature results that we obtain are then used in the thermal structural analysis, which is used to classify the types of TID disturbances that may occur on the current CubeSat model and quantify their levels. As obtained in the thermal analysis, whenever the satellite is in the sunlight region, the upper side of the solar panel will get hotter than the bottom part. This causes the solar panel to deform downward or bending, which is one type of TID phenomenon we name as quasi-static deformation. However, right during the transition from shadow to sunlight or vice versa, sudden decline and incline in displacement occur due to the rapid increase and decrease in temperature differences across the cross-section of the solar panel. For example, due to the sudden displacement when the satellite is in transition from shadow to sunlight region, the solar panel will experience velocity and acceleration transients that will impose a dynamic response from the solar panel. This type of dynamic response can be characterized as another TID phenomena called thermal snap. The final analysis is the pointing displacement analysis that is used to quantify the change in the orientation of the satellite body due to disturbance torque produced by the acceleration motion of the solar panels. In order to do that, we choose one point of the body as a reference and use the inertial relief method, or IRM, to find the displacement of one point on the satellite body to check the rotation. The displacement are defined as rotation around the X, Y, and Z axis, and all of them can be obtained through the inertial relief method. Figure 13 depicts the uniform and deformed states of the CubeSats after inertial relief analysis. The procedure is further tested on 4 CubeSat models with various deployable solar panels configuration as presented in figure 14. From there, the study made several other observations and conclusions on the level of the satellite orientation due to the TID phenomena. In this research, some simplification is made to the CubeSat structure and some parameters in the space environment. For example, the material properties are assumed not degraded from exposure to the harsh space environment. However, since a nanosatellite normally has a short average operational lifetime, that assumption can be considered acceptable. Secondly, this work only examines an LEO mission where the solar cells of the solar panels point to the sun throughout the daylight period and point to the earth while in shadow. However, in selecting this mission, we consider that the mission would be the worst case scenario for the TID phenomena could affect the current CubeSat model that we use. In terms of the importance of the study, the result from this work reveals several practical applications worthy of simplifying the study of TID on nanosatellites deployable solar panels. Most importantly, the study presents complete analysis from thermal to structural and concludes with pointing displacement analysis in a 3D model using finite element software. As far as nanosatellite technology is concerned in Malaysia, much remains to be done to enable small satellite technology to be used by government, academia, and private sector in their work. However, in my opinion, the launch of UITM-SAT has certainly improved motivation and enthusiasm in the technology. This can be seen in terms of growing interest from private firms and local universities to conduct tests at MISA's Assembly Integration and Test, or AIT facility for satellite in Banting, Selangor. Inside MISA, our management is trying to facilitate this, for example, by encouraging MISA staff to improve their knowledge in the subject matters whenever there is an opportunity. For example, through a program between JPA and Japan International Collaboration Agency, MISA sent 9 researchers to QTech's Center of Nanosatellite Testing to learn about the design and testing of nanosatellites. When it comes to relevant government policies, this effort is part of the strategic thrust contained in the National Science, Technology and Innovation Policy that is to advance scientific research in government agencies, as well as Thrust 3 in the National Space Policy 2030 that is to drive the development of space science, technology and increase expertise. In the latter policy, to implement the trust, first is to coordinate priorities and activities of research, development, commercialization and innovation, as well as training in space technology. Some activities that will be done and also ongoing is CANSAT competition for universities and school students, as well as collaboration with local industry and university to build a CubeSat to research industry scientific exchange program. Second implementation is to develop local expertise and competitive domestic industry capabilities. In doing so, my site is now trying to further accommodate our testing facilities for nanosatellites through the use of our existing equipment and upgrades. To conclude this presentation, a computational method that combines usage of a thermal analysis software and finite element analysis software to investigate TID phenomenon on the satellite in LEO has been presented. Last but not least, personally, I believe that the skills and experience gained by MASA's researchers at QTech can assist my site in contributing to government policy to increase R&D activities in the space sector. With that, I finish my presentation. Thank you very much.
Terima kasih Dr. Syahrim atas pembentakan yang disampaikan. Daripada pembentakan tadi, saya fikir kita amat jelas untuk melihat bahawa sungguh pun ruangan ataupun peluang yang kita cakap dalam bidang satelit ini adalah merupakan ruang yang sangat besar dan memerlukan capital expenditure yang besar, tetapi kita ada ruang dalam konteks nano satelit untuk kita menimba ilmu dan membina kapasiti tempatan dalam bidang ini. Terima kasih atas pembentakan yang disampaikan. Hadirin sekalian, untuk pembentangan yang seterusnya, kita ada bersama-sama kita yang berusaha Dr. Pon Sakon, anak lelaki Praktom. Beliau merupakan graduan Nagoka University of Technology yang kini bertugas sebagai pegawai penyelidik di agensi nuklear Malaysia. Jadi daripada tadi kita bercakap tentang angkasa, sekarang kita cakap tentang nuklear pula. Dan kita sama-sama saksikan pembentangan daripada beliau. Dipersilakan.
Selamat pagi semua. Nama saya Pong Sakon Naki Pratong. Saya adalah pegawai penyelidik di Agensi Nuklear Malaysia, MOSTI. Hari ini saya akan membentangkan tajuk pembentangan saya, Study on Solute Defect Interaction in Ion-Based Model Alloy under Ion Irradiation. Kajian ini dijalankan di Nagoka University of Technology. Pertama kali saya ingin menerangkan the challenge daripada bahan yang digunakan di nuclear power system. Okay, pertama kali pemilik reaktor atau pemilik nuclear power reactor berharap untuk menjalankan operasi reaktor selama yang mungkin. Malah keselamatan perlu dititik beratkan. Okay. Isu utama dalam menjalankan atau operasi reaktor selama yang mungkin ialah aging degradation, di mana berlaku terhadap sistem, structure dan juga komponen-komponen dalam reaktor. Okay. Bahan dalam reaktor ni terlibat dengan keadaan yang sangat teruk di dalam tu, iaitu suhu yang panas, tekanan tinggi, vibration dan neutron yang sangat tinggi. Di dalam gambar ini saya tunjuk di mana sistem di nuclear power plant. Jenis reaktor ini adalah pressurized water reactor, di mana terdapat beberapa jenis bahan di situ. Fokus saya pada penyelidikan ini ialah reactor pressure vessel, di mana reactor pressure vessel ini tidak dapat ditukar. Kajian yang dapat dijalankan dapat membantu untuk mendapatkan pengetahuan dalam menjalankan reaktor ini dengan lebih lama dan selamat. Ini adalah teorinya, di mana bila satu neutron terlanggar dengan bahan dan dia akan menghasilkan vacancy atau lubang, dan interstitial, di mana satu atom akan bergerak. Fenomena ini akan dihasilkan atau terhasil dengan diffusion daripada defect tersebut, kemudian menghasilkan fenomena yang lebih besar dan stabil. Dan fenomena ini akan menyebabkan degradation atau kelemahan di dalam bahan itu sendiri, seperti void swelling atau penukaran shape, dan berkarat, crack, pecah, dan kurangkan kekuatan, di mana akan difokus dalam research saya. Yang terakhir ialah heat conductivity reduction. Objektif kajian saya ialah untuk membangunkan teknik atau metod untuk analyze atau defects interaction dalam metals, dalam bahan metallurgi, menggunakan ion daripada accelerator. Daripada general objektif ini, saya akan categorize iaitu saya kepada 3, iaitu yang pertama ialah untuk membangunkan instant teknik untuk menganalisis kekuatan atau hardening of material itu sendiri. Yang kedua ialah membangunkan metodologi untuk menganalisis defect interaction antara vacancy dan solid element. Yang ketiga ialah untuk menganalisis solid interstitial interaction dalam metal itu sendiri. Dalam desain kajian ini, terdapat 3 eksperimen yang berbeza. Yang pertama ialah untuk mengkaji kekuatan, di mana kekuatan ini akan mempengaruhi atau membawa kepada kerapuhan bahan itu sendiri. Yang kedua ialah kajian untuk menganalisis vacancy interaction. Seperti dilihat sebelum tadi, vacancy dan interstitial boleh bergerak dan bertindak dengan solid element untuk menghasilkan fenomena yang lebih besar. Yang ketiga ialah kajian berkaitan dengan movement atau mobility of dislocation loop ini, di mana 2 loop yang berbeza jenis bertembung dan kemudian menjadi loops yang lain yang lebih kuat dan rapuh. Dari sini saya akan tengok efek daripada solid element itu yang boleh menyebabkan kerapuhan itu semakin meningkat atau tidak. Bahan yang digunakan adalah merujuk kepada bahan daripada reaktor sebenar jenis A508 kelas 3. So daripada fokus ini saya mengambil bahan yang lebih mudah untuk mengkaji fenomena tersebut, seperti iron with silicon, iron with nickel, iron manganese, and iron nickel manganese. Tersebut adalah solid elemen yang menyebabkan defect atau memberi impact kepada fenomena tersebut. Ini adalah cara untuk menyediakan spesimen, di mana sampel yang dapat akan dipanaskan dan kemudian dipotong sekecil untuk masukkan ke dalam yang boleh dimasukkan dalam reaktor atau accelerator, polish, and kemudian the last one is menggunakan irradiation. And after irradiate, menganalisis sampel-sampel tersebut menggunakan FIB teknik, TEM teknik, focus ion beam, transmission electron microscope, dan nano indentation. Pertama kali simulasi berkaitan depth atau kedalaman ion itu boleh menembusi bahan tersebut. Dan kedua, di sini ialah resultnya, di mana terdapat critical path daripada irradiation sample dengan tak irradiate. Kita nampak perbezaan di situ, di mana terdapat sedikit critical path yang dihasilkan. Ini menunjukkan sampel itu menjadi lebih kuat dan rapuh sekiranya terdedah dengan sinaran. Ini adalah kajian yang kedua, di mana sampel yang dihasilkan dan telah disinarkan dipanaskan untuk melihat movement atau pergerakan fenomena tersebut. Kita lihat pemanasan daripada 100 degree C kepada 200 degree C menghasilkan kekuatan yang lebih semakin tinggi. Dan selepas 200 fenomena tersebut dikatakan recover. So defect tersebut telah recover, telah diperbaiki. Oleh itu kekuatan bahan itu menjadi semakin kurang. Okay, ini adalah gambar daripada TEM untuk melihat fenomena secara lebih detail di dalam. Kita lihat tiada void yang dihasilkan dan kawasan yang terdedah atau menghasilkan defect adalah kawasan yang telah disimulate sebelum ini. Okay, untuk eksperimen yang ketiga, pergerakan dua jenis loop ini telah dikurangkan dengan penambahan solid element, iaitu nikel dan manganis ini. Okay, daripada sini kita dapat lihat perbezaan di graf yang menunjukkan dua jenis loop yang berbeza, di mana loop 111 akan menjadi semakin tinggi dengan penambahan solid element. Daripada analisis tadi, saya simpulkan dalam satu jadual di mana size loop akan menjadi semakin rendah, semakin kecil dengan penambahan solid element, tetapi density-nya akan bertambah bila ditambah dengan solid element. Satu loop 100 bertambah disebabkan oleh segregation of precipitation. Yang kedua adalah suppression of daripada grow loop 100. Yang ketiga ialah large 100 loop dalam pure iron boleh collide untuk menghasilkan loop yang lain. Di lab di Nagaoka University, accelerator yang digunakan tidak memiliki pemanas di dalamnya. Oleh itu, kajian berkaitan dengan helium bubble menggunakan accelerator itu adalah terhad. Dan oleh itu, kajian yang seterusnya iaitu kajian berkaitan dengan ion Fe dijalankan di lab di Tokyo University. Benefit pada diri saya ialah knowledge atau pengetahuan ini adalah baru bagi saya, di mana tidak ada di Malaysia. Oleh itu saya pergi ke Jepun untuk mempelajari kajian teknik-teknik ini. Kedua ialah membangunkan atau develop skill saya dalam menggunakan peralatan yang lebih canggih, di mana tidak ada di agensi nuklear Malaysia atau di universiti di Malaysia. Seperti penggunaan accelerator dan transmission elektron mikroskop pada satu masa yang sama. Ini menganalisis in situ perubahan in situ dengan loop tersebut. Bagi agensi, kajian ini dapat membantu agensi dalam pelbagai aspek. Yang pertama ialah analisis atau kajian saya boleh diteruskan di Malaysia, di reaktor yang sedia ada, untuk mengkaji reaktor yang salah satunya di Malaysia telah mencapai umur 40 tahun, di mana kajian ini boleh mengkaji sekiranya reaktor ini atau bahan dalam reaktor itu boleh dioperasi berapa lama lagi. Daripada analisis ini, saya boleh memberi pendapat kepada pengurusan di manakah perlu di upgrade atau di maintain disebabkan kajian ini adalah baru di Malaysia. Kerjasama di antara agensi nuklear dan universiti-universiti dapat dijalankan. Terutamanya Universiti Teknologi Malaysia yang mana mereka mempunyai khusus kejuruteraan nuklear. Dan bukan saja Universiti Malaysia, kita juga boleh bekerjasama dengan universiti di luar seperti Indonesia, Vietnam, Thailand dan sebagainya. Ini dengan tidak langsungnya akan memberi manfaat kepada negara itu kita sendiri, di mana untuk memperkukuhkan lagi kompetensi atau capability dalam bidang nuklear teknologi. Kajian ini memberi implikasi yang sangat tinggi kepada polisi kerajaan seperti dasar sains, teknologi dan inovasi negara, di mana strategi pertama adalah memajukan bidang-bidang penyelidikan, pembangunan saintifik dan sosial dan pengusilan. Apabila saya menjalankan kajian ini di Jepun, saya mendapati beberapa limitation atau dalam rektor kita yang boleh diangkat untuk menambah baik. Salah satunya ialah penggunaan neutron itu sendiri yang sekarang ini digunakan untuk neutron activation analysis yang diberi fokus. Malah boleh di-expand untuk penggunaan lain seperti penggunaan untuk agriculture, untuk kejuruteraan perbuatan, untuk perubatan dan lain-lain lagi. Okay, dengan itu kajian ini dapat memberi atau memperkukuhkan lagi perkhidmatan dan kebudayaan kapasiti dalam sains, teknologi dan inovasi. Okay, kajian yang dijalankan juga berkaitan dengan metrologi atau bahan atau besi. Di sini bukan saja akan memberi benefit kepada agensi nuklear sendiri atau nuklear teknologi sendiri, tapi boleh di-expand atau diperkembangkan lagi kepada teknologi metodologi atau industri energi di Malaysia, di mana kerjasama boleh dijalankan dan boleh memberi improvement atau memperkenalkan kepada mereka penggunaan teknologi nuklear untuk bahan tersebut. Okay, yang seterusnya ialah strategi kedua, iaitu membangun, memupuk dan menggilap bakat. Seperti yang saya terangkan tadi, kerjasama dengan universiti dalam dan luar negara dapat dijalankan. Oleh itu, bidang tenaga kerja teknikal mahir dapat ditingkatkan. So, saya boleh memberi training atau bagi khusus kepada pelajar-pelajar yang akan tamat tidak lama lagi di UTM atau UNITENS dan atau di Sains Nuklear UKM itu sendiri. Apabila mereka keluar ke alam pekerjaan, mereka dapat tahu apa yang boleh digunakan di industri luar dengan reaktor atau teknologi yang kita ada sekarang. Daripada pengetahuan atau pengalaman ini juga, pembangunan fasiliti atau penambahan infrastruktur yang ada boleh dijalankan dan ditambah baik. Akhir sekali, saya ingin menekankan di mana pengalaman dan pengetahuan yang saya dapat daripada negara Jepun ini juga diharap dapat membantu dalam rangkaan polisi dasar teknologi nuklear negara yang dijangkakan akan dibentangkan tidak lama lagi. Sekian, terima kasih.
Terima kasih Doktor atas pembentangan yang disampaikan. Sementara saya fikir jelas kepada kita bahawa dalam kita nak memajukan negara kita, khususnya untuk kita juga maju dalam bidang teknologi yang berkaitan dengan nuklear ini. Kita bukan hanya bercakap dalam bidang pelaburan, kita juga perlu melihat dalam konteks maintenance ataupun penyelenggaraan supaya hasil yang kita laburkan tersebut akan mendapat pulangan yang lebih baik pada masa hadapan. Dan yang paling penting dalam teknologi nuklear adalah memastikan ianya selamat untuk kita gunakan untuk manfaat kita. Terima kasih, Doktor. Seterusnya, kita akan beralih kepada pembentang yang ketiga, iaitu Encik Nasrul bin Nashahar. Beliau adalah merupakan seorang penolong pengarah kanan di Seksyen Operasi Agensi Penguatkuasaan Maritim Negeri Terengganu. Beliau sebelum ini mengikuti pengajian dekat peringkat sarjana di National University Graduate Institute of Policy Studies, Tokyo, dan kita ikuti pembentangan beliau. Silakan.
Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Lieutenant Commander Muhammad Nasrul bin Nashahar. I'm from Malaysia Coast Guard. During my study in Japan, I studied in Maritime Safety and Security Policy program in GRIPS, Japan. Today, I will share my studies entitled Determining Sovereignty in Maritime Disputed Areas, historical background and effective control in the ICJ judgment on the cases concerning Pulau Ligitan, Pulau Sepadan, and Pulau Batu Putih. Here is my scope of presentation. We start with the problem statements. In this modern era, how and why the territorial disputes may occur. In this study, I identify 4 important factors may lead to the territorial disputes. First, there's unclear boundary limitation between one country and another. In this case of the maritime disputes area, there's no single line or clear line that can divide from one country to another country. From the understanding of both countries and then from the treaty itself may not give a clear delimitation between these two countries. And second, there's no clear definition of the country's sovereignty. Secondly, according to the international law itself, there is no clear definition of the country's sovereignty. And then, during the colonial era, there is an unclear language used in developing the agreements or treaty between one country to another country or one colonial to the other colonial. So, because of the hard to understand of this language, maybe the treaty or the agreement must be misunderstood or misinterpreted. And then last but not least, the territorial dispute may arise because of the related to the culture, religion, ethnicity, and also the nationalism of the people itself. The objective of this study is to examine between historical background and effective control. And we try to answer what is the element of effective control itself. And then third, we try to identify the role of Malaysian Coast Guard, especially in order to perform the effective control. Here I shared briefly about the methodology. This is the quality paper, which is derived from the 2 ICJ's judgment in 2002 and 2008, which is Pulau Ligitan and Pulau Sepadan, and second, the Pulau Batu Putih. For the Pulau Ligitan and Pulau Sepadan, there is 2 countries involved in these cases, which is Malaysia versus Indonesia, and then Pulau Batu Putih for Malaysia versus Singapore. In order to complete the methodology itself, the timeline tracing is very important to understand how this case developed between Malaysia, Indonesia, and Malaysia, Singapore for the case of Pulau Sepadan and Pulau Ligitan. Okay, here we can see that for the timeline tracing, how these 2 cases developed between Malaysia, Indonesia, and Singapore. However, we have to assume that because there's only a ruling government, which is Barisan Nasional, so we assume that there is no policy change from the early of the case up to the end of the cases. In the end of the study, we get to know that effective control is a deciding factor in, especially in the maritime disputes cases. However, to elaborate what is effective control, we found that there's two important elements, which is a legitimization of the law and then the implementation of the law itself. And then, to carry out the element of the effective control, we found that there is a single agency in Malaysia, which is the Malaysian Coast Guard. And thirdly, Malaysian Coast Guard have a role in managing dispute in a maritime area. Because if we are referring to the MMA Act 633, there's a set of legal instruments they can carry out at the maritime dispute area. When we study about the historical background and effective control, I divided the case into two, which is A1, A2, A1 for Batu Putih, A2 for Middle Rock, and separately Pulau Sipadan and Pulau Ligitan, namely B. For the Batu Putih and Middle Rock, we can see there's two counterparts, Malaysia versus Singapore. In Batu Putih, Malaysia really rely and depending on the historical title only. However, effective control has been carried out by Singapore. I will discuss further what is effective control has been done by Singapore, and then the ICJ decided that Singapore win the Batu Putih. However, this is a slightly different cases on the Middle Rock, which is A2 case. For the Middle Rock, Malaysia has carried out the effective control as well as historical background. However, from the Singapore perspective, they already carry out the effective control on the Batu Putih, so that they assume that Batu Putih is connected to the Middle Rock. However, ICJ has decided that Malaysia won over the Middle Rocks. Moving on to the Pulau Sipadan and Pulau Ligitan cases. From here, we can see that Malaysia has carried out both effective control and depend on the historical background. But for Indonesia, they only depending on the historical background solely. So the ICJ has decided that Malaysia won over Pulau Sipadan as well as Pulau Ligitan. Next, we will evaluate what is the effective control elements has been carried out for the three cases. In case of the Pulau Batu Putih, for Singapore, they carried out the effective control by issuing permit for the Malaysian officer to enter the Batu Putih. Moreover, they also implement the law by maintaining the houseboat lighthouse, investigated shipwrecks at the area, as well as hoisted the Singapore flag. Unluckily, Malaysia is relying on the historical background that there is no effort to show their control over the Batu Putih. As we discussed earlier, ICJ has decided that Singapore won over the Pulau Batu Putih. It's slightly different when we discuss about Middle Rocks. In the Middle Rocks, as I mentioned before, Singapore already conducted effective control on the Batu Putih, and they also believe that Batu Putih is connected to the Middle Rock, so that they assume that they already put effective control on the Middle Rock. On the other hand, Malaysia enforced Fisheries Act 1985, and as well as give a patrolling concession at the Middle Rock area. Court decided that the Middle Rock given to Malaysia. For the Pulau Sipadan and Pulau Ligitan, Malaysia continuously carry out from British to enforce the Turtle Conservation Ordinance as well as the bird sanctuary. For the implementation of the law, they are maintaining the lighthouse islands. However, for Indonesia, they only relying on the original title of Pulau Sipadan and Pulau Ligitan. As I told earlier, ICJ decided to award Malaysia for Pulau Sipadan and Pulau Ligitan. Next, we will examine why Coast Guard is important in order to exercise the effective control at the maritime dispute area. Malaysian Coast Guard has empowered with the MMEA Act, Malaysian Maritime Enforcement Agency Act at 663. There are several provisions that give power for Coast Guard to exercise the effective control at the Malaysian Maritime Zone. We can see the function of the agency at Section 6. Other than enforcing the law, a federal law at the area, the Coast Guard also controlling and preventing maritime pollution, preventing and suppressing piracy, and as well as preventing drug trafficking and illicit traffic in narcotic drugs on the high sea, which is beyond the Malaysian maritime zones. The power agency is set to seize, to inspect, and also to stop, enter, board, inspect, and search of any vessel at the sea. The Coast Guard also empowered to investigate every offended case at that area. We're moving on to the section 16. The coordination, this provision allow Coast Guard to liaise with another relevant agency to carry out the effective control at sea. Moreover, in August 2011, government had recognized Malaysian Coast Guard as a sole agency at sea. As a sole agency at sea, supposedly there is only one agency at sea performing enforcement at sea. In my study, I have identified 3 limitations that I have to face. Firstly, only 2 cases brought before the ICJ for education. Malaysia have involved in both these 2 cases. Secondly, there is a conflict on biased view and personal issues. And thirdly, there is time limits for me to study another angle such as a law and also the documentation that produced during both these 2 trials. Implication for the government policy, which is the Coast Guard has received 2 B class and 2 OPV class from Australian Border Force in 2015, as well as from Japan Coast Guard 2017. These four assets has been deployed to complement the current asset that the Coast Guard have. Moreover, the Coast Guard have projected another procurement of 6 new generation petrocraft as well as 3 OPV to cater the needs at the Malaysian maritime zones. For the case of Pulau Batu Putih, there's a special task force has been formed by the Malaysian government. The government of Malaysia in 2019 has agreed and launched a new structure on the Middle Rock known as Ampaka Maritime Base, and learn from the mistake on the Pulau Batu Putih. The government decided to fully control over Pulau Pisang in Pontian, because on this island there's a lighthouse maintained by the Singaporean. However, Malaysia still control this Pulau Pisang by issuing the permit for the Singaporean to enter the Pulau Pisang. Last but not least, government has encouraged the interoperability between Coast Guard and Navy in order to carry out effective control at the Malaysian maritime zones. The importance of these studies, in order to secure this country's sovereignty, the country shouldn't merely depend on the historical background. The effective control play a vital role as a deciding factor. The elements in the effective control is legitimization and the implementation of the law. From the study also, we know that how far the capabilities of the Malaysian Coast Guard in order to exercise the effective control at the Malaysian Maritime Zone, especially in the dispute area. Malaysia also learned that in any dispute, we try to avoid to bring all the case to the ICJ for the settlement. Alternatively, we should go for the international arbitration. On the other hand, effective control must be displayed continuously, and as well as the objection or any intention can compromise that sovereignty. Another angle we have learned in this study, especially for the policymakers and public officials in Malaysia. Firstly, we have to cultivate knowledge regarding the importance of the country's sovereignty as well as the sovereign right. We also have to educate all Malaysian citizens regarding this issue. As far as we know, the food security issue become a problem for the country. Secondly, in Malaysia, we are quite lucky because we have a set of law are available. However, for the implementation enforcement area, we are really lack of it. Thirdly, we need to enhance the capability of the agency to carry out enforcement or duties continuously. We learn from our mistake that record play a vital role as an evidence whenever the dispute case arose. We also can encourage all the local research agencies to explore and shift the focus to the sea and also address every issue at the sea. Lastly, in order to carry out effective control continuously, we have to strengthen the human resource across government to be able to be skilled in diplomacy, since diplomacy is the best policy when it comes to the maritime disputes. Before I conclude my presentation, I would like to extend my gratitude and thanks for Intan, JICA, Malaysia Coast Guard, Japan Coast Guard, as well as SCRIP for giving me a very wonderful opportunities in experiencing this study. Thank you very much. Arigatou gozaimashita.
Terima kasih Lieutenant Komander Nasrul atas pembentangan yang diberikan. Sungguh beliau tidak dapat bersama dengan kita pada hari ini. Saya atas tugasan rasmi, saya percaya banyak yang kita peroleh daripada pembentangan yang telah disampaikan, khususnya dalam konteks untuk kita melihat bagaimana efektif kontrol boleh dijadikan sebagai salah satu instrumen penting dalam untuk kita menjaga kedaulatan tanah air kita. Dan untuk itu, saudara-saudari sekalian, kita teruskan kita punya acara dengan sesi soal jawab, dan saya memberi peluang kepada urusdia untuk membukakan soalan-soalan terpilih yang mana kita kumpul bagi saya ajukan kepada pembentang kita. Dan saya tengok di sini kita telah ada satu soalan. Soalan ini ditujukan kepada Dr. Pon Sakon, soalan dari Afifah melalui FB. Beliau bertanya, Dr. Tom, Doktor, dari Agensi Nuklear Malaysia, bolehkah Doktor kongsikan berapa tahun sebenarnya jangka hayat sebuah reaktor nuklear, dan adakah reaktor nuklear di Malaysia ini sudah patut ditukar, dan berapa kos yang dijangka terlibat? Silakan Doktor.
Terima kasih Pengurusi Majlis. Soalan pertama, dia ada banyak soalan. Soalan pertama, berapa jangka hayat reaktor? So saya pecah pada dua, iaitu reaktor nuclear power plant dan research reactor. Bagi reaktor nuclear power plant, dia jangka hayat bentuk untuk 60 hingga 80 tahun. Okay. Tapi bagi research reactor, kalau dikatakan reka bentuk tu kepada 50 hingga 60 tahun, tetapi ia masih bergantung kepada penggunaan reaktor itu sendiri. Sebab selagi kita ada bahan api, kalau sistem kita masih bagus, kita masih boleh teruskan. Contohnya di salah satu nuklear reaktor di Malaysia lah, di Agensi Nuklear Malaysia, kita ada research reactor yang dah operasi selama 40 tahun. Okay. dalam 40 tahun tu kita dah tukar, kita dah maintain banyak benda. Kita dah tukar sistem-sistem yang sepatutnya, dan kalau dikira design sistem atau komponennya boleh operate lama lagi. So kita dah tukar banyak-banyak benda baru. Tetapi untuk bahan api kita jangkakan dalam 10 hingga 15 tahun saja dah habis. So kita operate reaktor setiap hari, Isnin hingga Khamis selama 6 jam. Okay, selagi ada sampel atau permintaan daripada universiti, company untuk kita release sampel, kita akan tetap buatkanlah. So soalan satu jangka hayat. Soalan kedua ialah perlukah kita tukar reaktor kan? Kalau bagi pandangan saya, kita tak perlu tukar, tapi kita tambah reaktor. Okay? So kalau kita tukar, maksudnya kita dah tutup terus reaktor tu. So tak guna lagi. Sebab reaktor nuklear ni, walaupun sampai hayatnya, kita tak perlu tutup sebenarnya. Kita boleh buat atau modify untuk student-student, untuk penggunaan universiti, untuk penggunaan lain. Contohnya, kita mungkin subcritical reactor. Subcritical reactor maksudnya tak ada power, tapi kita boleh guna untuk benda-benda lain, seperti cara operasi, atau in future kalau Malaysia nak develop nuclear power plant, kita ada tempat untuk train operator-operator. Okay, dan bila kita tak tukar, kita tambah. So nak tambah tu, sekarang ni Nuklear Malaysia tengah menjalankan satu kajian untuk menambah satu reaktor baru yang dipanggil multi-purpose reactor. Okay. Reaktor sekarang ni 1 megawatt, terlalu kecil powernya. Kita boleh guna kajian yang limited, hanya untuk NAA, Neutron Activation Analysis Research, untuk apa lagi? Isotope production yang sedikit kecil-kecil je lah. Okay. Untuk new reactor, kita nak proposkan multi-purpose reactor, di mana reaktor dalam power 15 hingga 20 megawatt. Okay. Kalau reaktor ni dapat dibuka di Malaysia, kita akan dapat menggunakan reaktor untuk menghasilkan isotope production. Isotope untuk kajian, untuk mal-mal di hospital lah, seperti penggunaan teknisium untuk penyakit-penyakit kanser. Sebab sekarang ni Malaysia import isotope tu daripada luar negara, kalau saya daripada Indonesia lah banyak kan. Kalau in future, kalau kita boleh develop sendiri, kita mungkin boleh ekspor ke negara-negara yang berdekatan. Okay, dan selain isotop, boleh guna untuk kajian, untuk penggunaan silicon doping untuk industri seperti industri semiconductor. Dan sekarang ini banyak negara tengah bincang pasal fusion reactor. Fusion reactor buat hydrogen, reaktor dari hydrogen. Okay. Tapi untuk develop reaktor tu, kita perlukan kajian bahan reaktor, ketahanan reaktor semua tu, perlukan research reactor. Dia tak boleh terus buat fusion reactor tanpa research reactor. So harap-harap bolehlah jadi reaktor baru kita MPR in future lah. Okay. Ketiga, cost. Okay, cost. Okay, kalau reaktor baru ni, cost yang saya daripada kajian kita tengok Jordan buat reaktor tu pada tahun 2016 dengan kos lebih kurang 600 juta. Kalau sekarang dah 2022 boleh time 10% lah. Mungkin dalam 1 bilion lebih, 9,5 juta ringgit Malaysia. Okay, terima kasih.
Terima kasih Doktor atas penjelasan yang diberikan dan kesudian untuk menjawab soalan yang diutarakan oleh kita punya peserta. Untuk soalan terusnya, saya nak tujukan kepada Dr. Syarim. Ini berkaitan dengan kajian yang Dr. laksanakan. Adakah solar irradiation effect yang mana diguna pakai dalam penggunaan, boleh kita gunakan dalam teknologi solar lain selain daripada nano satellite? Itu soalan yang pertama. Yang keduanya, sekiranya sambutan generasi muda ni kita dapati bahawa terhadap teknologi satellite ni kita dapati tidak memperangsangkan, bagaimana langkah-langkah boleh kita lakukan untuk memastikan bidang ini terus mapan di Malaysia? Saya jemput Doktor.
Terima kasih atas soalan yang diberikan. Untuk soalan pertama, adakah study tentang radiation effect ni boleh diaplikasi kepada teknologi lain? Baik saya terangkan sedikit lah. Sebenarnya di angkasa tu, sebab dia dalam vacuum, tak ada apa-apa objek, contohnya udara atau apa-apa objek kan. Jadi sebenarnya kalau kita apply daya yang sangat rendah pun dia akan menyebabkan satelit tu bergerak lah. Contohnya range dia kalau dalam 10 kuasa negatif 6 pun boleh akan menyebabkan sesebuah satelit tu bergerak. Dia akan bertukar arah daripada arah yang dirancang lah, macam tu. Jadi kalau nak kata direct application untuk study ni kepada aplikasi di aplikasi di muka bumi ni, boleh kata tiada lah. Tapi kalau kata untuk procedure wise lah, yang macam saya buat tu, kalau kata nak apply untuk mana-mana satellite pun kita boleh guna prosedur tu. Itu jawapan saya untuk soalan pertama. Untuk yang kedua pula, sambutan ni berkenaan sambutan generasi muda terhadap teknologi satelit. Ni bagi saya, satu, kita perlu leader lah untuk membuat projek-projek berkaitan angkasa ni kan. Dia kalau tak ada lead tu susah juga kita nak buat projek-projek ni kan. Jadi sepatutnya agensi angkasa Malaysia salah satu fungsinya ialah buat program ataupun buat collaboration dengan university atau private company untuk memulakan projek-projek satelit ni. Contohnya seperti yang saya mention tadi, kita ada buat satu collaboration actually dengan UiTM juga untuk launch mereka punya second satellite. Dan juga ada satu lagi pun kita buat juga untuk kita punya penggunaan dalaman lah. Tapi dalam masa yang sama, perancangannya ialah untuk ni juga, untuk kita guna untuk practical student kan. Setiap tahun kita akan ambil practical student lah untuk buat industrial experience di agensi angkasa. Itu jawapan saya. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih. Saya fikir daripada pembentangan yang Dr. sampaikan tadi, jawapan tentang soalan itu, aktiviti pembudayaan adalah merupakan perkara penting untuk memastikan bahawa bidang ini akan menjadi satu bidang yang diterima umum dan juga dapat mendapat sambutan yang baik.
Ya, betul. Di samping itu memanglah kita perlukan juga buat kita publish dan juga kita iklankan melalui media sosial. Di agensi angkasa Malaysia pun kita biasa akan salurkan kepada kita punya media sosial, contohnya di Facebook lah dan juga Instagram.
Terima kasih Doktor. Hadirin sekalian, dengan sesi soal jawab berkenaan, maka sesi ketiga ini telah sampai ke penghujungnya. Dan saya ingin memaklumkan bahawa kesemua rakaman Kolokium Penyelidikan ini boleh kita dapati di YouTube dan juga Facebook Intan. Saya sekali lagi merakamkan ucapan terima kasih di atas penglibatan semua hadirin pada sesi ini dan kesudian ketiga pembentang untuk membahagian dalam Kolokium Penyelidikan tahun 2022 edisi khas Dasar Pandang Timur. Sesama kita berikan tepukan gemuruh kepada pembentang kita. Dengan itu saya serahkan kepada Pengerusi Majlis untuk acara selanjutnya. Sekian wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih diucapkan kepada Yang Berusaha Dr. Razul Iqbal bin Ramli selaku moderator bagi slot pembentangan ketiga pada hari ini. Para hadirin sekalian, kita akan berhenti lihat untuk jamuan makan tengah hari. Sesi pembentangan seterusnya akan bersambung semula pada pukul 2 petang dan dimohon para hadirin yang hadir secara fizikal untuk berada di Dewan Sri Baiduri tepat pada masa yang telah ditetapkan. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan salam sejahtera. Selamat kembali ke Kolokium Penyelidikan tahun 2022. Sesi pada petang ini diteruskan lagi dengan slot pembentangan terakhir yang akan dikendalikan oleh Yang Berusaha Dr. Razul Iqmal bin Ramli selaku moderator. Dipersilakan Yang Berusaha Doktor.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan salam sejahtera. Terima kasih saya ucapkan kepada pengacara majlis dan bertemu kita kembali ke sesi 2B ataupun sesi keempat Kolokium Penyelidikan 2022 edisi khas Dasar Pandang ke Timur. Petang ini kita akan menyambung pembentangan daripada 3 orang lagi pembentang yang juga merupakan graduan universiti dari negara Jepun, dan saya mengharapkan hadirin semua sama ada yang berada di Dewan maupun yang mengikuti Kolokium ini melalui secara dalam talian dapat terus setia bersama kita untuk mengikuti pembentangan yang bakal disampaikan. Hadirin yang saya hormati, pembentang kita yang pertama pada petang ini ialah Puan Hamlinda binti Salamun. Beliau merupakan Ketua Penuh Setiausaha di Kementerian Perumahan dan Kerajaan Tempatan dan telah menamatkan pengajian peringkat sarjana di International University of Japan. Dan sama-sama kita ikuti pembentangan daripada Puan Hamlinda. Dipersilakan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and konnichiwa. My name is Hamlinda binti Salamun. I'm from Ministry of Housing and Local Government of Malaysia. I was studying in IUJ, International University of Japan for 2 years, and I graduated in 2020. And my topic is focusing on profiling systems, the potential threats to consumer privacy in the digital age in Malaysia. Ladies and gentlemen, we have seen how technology manipulates our data. The advice given was the best way is not to use the mobile devices. Anyway, is it possible in this digital world? For information, I do respect how Japanese keep their privacy while I was staying at International University of Japan, IUJ, Niigata for 2 years, and a few years when my husband is working in Tokyo and Chiba. That's why my topic was focusing on the right to privacy as provided under the Article 12 of Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and I related with the current situation in Malaysia, especially we, as consumer in the digital economy and facing the threat of security. Well, in the era of IR 4.0, ICT is vital for reshaping economic growth and digital society in this competitive world. The Malaysian Communication and Multimedia Commission reported that 88.7% of the Malaysian population were internet users in 2020, or 1.3% increase from 87.4% in 2018. Unfortunately, in many cases, consumers engaging with technologies do not know what data are being collected, how they are being used, and with whom they are being shared. Most countries, including Malaysia, facing difficulties in protecting the right to privacy, particularly as the techniques used in privacy intrusions and cybercrime continue to become more sophisticated and sometimes outgrow defense mechanisms. In this situation, Malaysia somehow has taken a significant step by passing the Personal Data Protection Act 2010, or the PDPA, to protect consumer data while enhancing socio-economic development. However, can profiling systems that are not explicitly addressed by the PDPA be considered as the potential threats to consumer privacy in the digital age? If so, why have the potential threats of the profiling system not been explicitly addressed in Malaysia? Therefore, the main objectives of this study are as follows. Ladies and gentlemen, the digital economy is the new driver of development in Malaysia. In this situation, the IoT demands a large amount of data to function properly and allows big data analytics to play an important role in capturing, aggregating, and processing ever greater volumes of data. It allows profiling system to use algorithms to analyze people through the discovery of patterns in large quantities of data kept in electronic device databases. Unfortunately, profiling systems collect
large amounts of personal data, including insights into consumer behavior, social connections, preferences, and identities directly or indirectly with or without consent. Therefore, the conceptual framework of the study focuses on three relevant categories of profile systems: search engine data retention, online recommendation engines, and web cookies. Anyway, have you ever imagined that technology knows you better than anyone in this world? Well, if you look at search engine data retention, we might be not aware that companies have gained deeper insights on their customers based on the data saved and matched elsewhere. For instance, Google provides Gmail, Google Drive, Maps, translation, and so on. So, do you know what kind of personal data is collected by search engine companies? Same thing goes to web cookies. Although the company may only gather limited pieces of information, consumers usually cannot tell what type of personal information is being collected because only the general policies are mentioned on the website. Then let's have a look at online recommendation engines. For instance, Shopee Malaysia provides a link for customers to leave a review and rating the products. Actually, recommendations and ratings can be considered as one of the potential threats to consumer privacy in the digital age, since the objectives of such services is to gather consumers' information through algorithmic technologies. In Malaysia, there is no explicit statute that prevents a company from gathering consumer information, as long as the company follows data retention policies and guidelines as stated in the PDPA. Under the Indonesian domestic law, collecting data is not considered to violate privacy. Again, if these profiling systems are capable to collect our data directly or indirectly, with or without consent, why the potential threats of the profiling systems not being explicitly addressed in Malaysia? Okay, this study uses a qualitative approach to answer the why of the potential threats of profiling systems not being explicitly addressed in Malaysia. Ladies and gentlemen, the findings of this study demonstrate three significant elements. Firstly, ICT in the era of IR 4.0 is becoming more advanced and easily to sweep through database record quickly and comprehensively using existing profiling systems. Consequently, consumers as technology users are likely to lose control over their personal information to the technology of the day. However, Malaysian government has chosen to encourage the digital society to boost socio-economic development through digital economy. Moreover, the United Nations member states are encouraged to adopt the Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, through digital technology, since this advanced technology has empowered a wide range of audiences who are interconnected globally. Secondly, the technology moves quickly and sets the pace for social issues, which can leave the law lagging behind. Indeed, the pace is so rapid that by the time new laws are passed to address a certain technology, they may already be made obsolete by the adoption of new technology. Privacy legislation has also been difficult to enact in the digital age because the damage from the loss of privacy is not clearly understood, as well as the consequences and the long-term impact are not directly apparent. Furthermore, there are problems in enforcing such legislation as new technologies create new opportunities and new capabilities for violations. Anyway, the only solution is to help the legislature a better understanding to the design of technology. Still, no legal system is able to provide once and for all adequate protection for the right to privacy. Finally, there is also a legal conflict between privacy and security. The ways in which the internet connects people and devices at all times creates various challenges for determining an appropriate balance between privacy and security. As a result, there's a need to trade off privacy for security purposes. While in Malaysia, security must be given priority in any development plan to ensure the sustainability of the nation's resources, people's prosperity, and fulfill the needs of future generations. Furthermore, the right to privacy is only a conferred right and not an absolute right. That is why the government has the right to interfere to undertake the surveillance, interception, or data collection. Ladies and gentlemen, this paper focuses on Malaysian consumer privacy in the digital age through the IoT and big data analytics. Other relevant issues related to the advancements of technologies in the era of IR 4.0 and other legal issues related to the personal data in Malaysia are beyond the scope of the research questions and objectives of this study. Although this discussion in this paper analyzed the issue of cybersecurity and national security, the discussion only elaborates in general and within the scope of research questions and objectives of the study. Then, what is the point to understand your privacy as technology users? We can see the new digitalization technologies in the era of IR 4.0 set the pace for social issues. Probably the best way is not to use a mobile device. However, I believe it is impossible in this digital world. Therefore, recognizing opportunities and challenges is needed to create sufficient protection for consumer privacy and security. Ladies and gentlemen, despite this struggle, technologies are still tools made by people for people. Everyone must continuously adapt to a new, fast-changing environment and reinvent yourself so you can properly shape your sustainable future in the digital age. Anyway, please remember one thing. Once data is produced virtually, it rarely disappears. That is why, while data lasts forever, privacy doesn't. 最後になりましたが、この場をお借りして、お世話になった皆様にお礼を申し上げたいと思います。JICA の皆様、JPI の皆様、新潟の国際大学の皆様、日本への留学の機会をいただき、誠にありがとうございました。日本とマレーシアの架け橋になれるよう頑張ってまいります。皆様、本当にありがとうございました。Thank you.
Terima kasih Puan atas pembentangan. Saya fikir pembentangan tadi tu selain daripada beliau kata orang muda ni flag dia punya kebolehan dalam berbahasa Jepun, tapi dia juga memberi satu penekanan yang penting bahawa dalam proses kita mengasimilasikan IT dalam kehidupan kita, aspek yang dikatakan berkaitan dengan perlindungan data peribadi adalah sangat penting, dan pada sama-sama implikasi pada kerajaan adalah untuk memastikan bahawa undang-undang yang kita ada, praktis yang kita laksanakan perlu kita semak dan kita kemaskan dari masa ke semasa agar apa sahaja pembangunan yang kita laksanakan itu tidak mengepikan kepentingan peribadi dan juga lebih lagi data kita sendiri. Terima kasih Puan atas pembentangan yang disampaikan. Hadirin sekalian, kita teruskan kepada pembentang kita yang kedua, iaitu Encik Nazrul Anwar bin Khalid. Beliau merupakan graduan Tokyo University of Agriculture and Technology yang kini bertugas sebagai penolong setiausaha kanan di Kementerian Pertanian dan Industri Makanan. Untuk itu kita sama saksikan pembentangan dari Encik Nazrul. Dengan segala hormatnya dipersilakan.
Minasan konnichiwa. Good day everyone. My name is Nazrul Anwar bin Khalid. I'm from Ministry of Agriculture and Food Industry, MAFI. Today I would like to present my previous research in Japan titled Community Participation in Organizing Keitoraichi or Light Truck Market and Effects to its Members and to the Town Center Shops. This is the case study of Shizukushi Town, Iwate Prefecture in Japan. So this is my presentation outline. So what are the main regional and rural issues in Japan? Japan is facing such structural problems as aging population, widening economic gap between the rich regions and the poor regions, worsening government finances. So community development is highly called for initial steps for Japanese economy and society to be reconstructed and revitalized. regional decline in Japan is linked to demographic change such as aging population, outmigration of youth, and rapid population decline, which lead to economic shrinkage in rural areas. Japan Policy Council projected 896 vanishing municipalities, which is almost 50% of all municipalities, mostly in Tohoku region, which is the region of my study area, and also in Kyushu in the future due to the outmigration and declining birth rate. With concentration of population in bigger cities, many shrinking cities and towns, leading to vacancies of houses and shops in the rural towns. So shutter shopping streets, a phenomenon where many shops are closed, not in business, has been prominent in rural areas as population decline in the rural area. So this is my research area, Shizukushi Town in Iwate Prefecture, Japan. So it is located 550 kilometers north of Tokyo and also 17 kilometers west of Morioka City, which is the capital of Iwate Prefecture. And at the bottom is the Shizukushi Town map. So the Keitoraichi venue is at the center of the town, which is at the Yoshare Dori Shotengai streets, which stretch 500 meters in the city center. So what are the issues faced by Shizukushi Town? One of them is the population. In 2020, the population was around 16,000 people, and this will decrease to less than 10,000 people by 2045. Secondly, the aging society. In 2020, the aging society, which is the age of people above 65 years old, was 30%, and this will increase to 50% by 2045. And also the outmigration rates. From 2006, the outmigration rate have been always more than the immigration rates. So this has led to declining businesses. The number of shops and revenues have been dropped to more than 50%, and also this will lead to vanishing municipals, which was mentioned by Kato in 2014. So if you compare the depopulation and aging population situation in Japan to Shizukushi Town, so in Japan at the left you can see that the aging population is going to be around 1/3 of Japan population. Currently, the Japan population is around 126 million people, and this will decrease to only 106 million people by 2045. But if you look at the Shizukushi population, currently we have around 15,000 residents. This will decrease to less than 10,000 by 2045, with the age above 65 years old will reach to 50% of the population. So this is quite a severe problems in Shizukushi Town. So what are the measures taken by Shizukushi community to develop and to revitalize their own town? So they initiated the Shizukushi Keitoraichi. What is a Keitoraichi? Keitoraichi is an open market concept that uses Kei-truck or small truck, which is available by all farmers across Japan. So they use this as sale booth, which is lined along the street, and it is originated in Shizukushi since 2005 until now, and it is organized by Keitoraichi Jikko Inkai, or the Keitoraichi Organizing Committee. From now on, I will call KOC, through community participation. So this market is held once a month from May to November, because in the winter, the town is covered by snow. And the strategy is to bustle and reactivate the Yoshari Dori Shotengai streets, which is under the Town Center Revitalization Act. So this concept of Keitoraichi has spread to 91 locations in other towns across Japan, from Hokkaido to Okinawa. So they all imitated this concept. So the policy related to Keitoraichi is related to Machizukuri Sampo, or the 3 laws of town and community development. So under the Town Center Revitalization Act, there's Yoshari Dori Community Development Promotion Council. So they develop the Town Center Activation Plan, and under the Town Commerce, where they have the Town Management Organization, TMO, Chambers of Commerce. This member of Chambers of Commerce have suggested that the town to have such kind of market to bustle the town. So they organized the Keitoraichi, and also with the assistance of the non-profit organization, NPO, and also the Machi Okoshi Center, which is the center of development of the town. So the research objective, number 1 is to evaluate the participation of the committee members of KOC Secondly, is to evaluate the effects of the participation of these committee members. And also, for the third one, is to evaluate the effects of K Toraichi to the Yoshiridori Shotengai shops, which also participate during the events. So this is the importance of participation in community-based organization. So it is said that community-based organization can solve many social problems in the community. And also, community development also contributes to success in economic development, and also it can improve the economy. And the purpose of economic development is to mobilize these assets from the community development to benefit the community. So this is the literature review of K Toraichi from my friend Shimo Kurosawa in 2012. So he found out that in Shizukushi K Toraichi, the elder people come to the local market to find local fresh produce, while the youngsters, they come to the market to socialize with their friends. So the participating vendors of the K-Truck, they use this market to promote their products and also to interact with the local people, to obtain some feedback from the local people. So these interactions have created the bustle atmosphere of the town, and also the visitors coming to other K Toraichi, for example, for Shinshiro K Toraichi in Aichi Prefecture, if you know, it's near to Nagoya. So it's also the same as Shizukushi K Toraichi. If you can see that the visitors to Shizukushi K Toraichi is in the increasing trend until 2020, where 2 events were cancelled because of the pandemic. So the events were later resumed, and now it's gaining back its popular in the coming years. So however, it's still unknown how KOC members can benefit through the community participation and how the K Toraichi give effects to the Yoshiridori Shotengai shops. So this is my research framework. I would like to fill in the gaps of the research by Shimo Kurosawa, where he studied the K-truck vendors and also the visitors and the interaction that leads to bustle the town center. This time I will be focusing more on the organizing committee and the roles of the municipal and the local organization in organizing this. How do they organize, they promote, and they facilitate this market? And also from this market, how can this market give positive effects or negative effect to the shops of Yoshiridori Shotengai? So my research methodology and research limitation of research. The methodology is by distributing questionnaires, targeted survey questionnaires in Japanese language, which was certified by Research Ethics Committee of the university. First, I distributed to the KOC members. I obtained 32 feedbacks from the members that they self-evaluated the participation level and also the participation effects. Secondly, I distributed questionnaires to the Yoshiridori Shotengai shops and obtained 25 participating shops feedbacks from the respondents, and they evaluated the participation in the market and effects. So this data, I analyzed the data using descriptive analysis, parametric and also non-parametric analysis. So the limitations of my research is that for this time I only managed to observe 1 out of 91 K Toraichi in Japan. This is because the duration is only available in spring, summer, and autumn, and also because of COVID-19 pandemic, I was not advised to move around out of Tokyo during that time. And also in terms of manpower, I only have myself and other 3 local friends in Iwate. And also in terms of research finding, I used my own self-funded to fund this research. So my Shizukushi K Toraichi findings, I found that how this organizing committee, KOC, the policy and the initiation of the K Toraichi and the structure and the role of subcommittees, and also the role of the municipal, which is to give support, to give permission to the KOC members to organize this market, and also the municipal also provides some small amount of budget for the community members to run this market, to attract some visitors, and also they provide human resource in the organizing committee. And also for the NPO and local organization, the role is to participate in the events as well, to create more bustle atmosphere, and also to promote this market to the community outside of Shizukushi, and also they provide human resource to the KOC and also in-kind assistance to the market. So from this participation of KOC members, it is found that the leaders play more active roles compared to the members of the KOC, And also outsiders also play a vital role as catalysts to stimulate the participation of these members in KOC. So from the Ketoraichi, the visitors will also come and buy to the participated shops. So 54% of these open external booths outside of the shops, 29% sell different kind of products to attract people to come to the shops, and 52% use marketing strategies to attract customers to come to the shops. So the effects of Ketoraichi is that 52% of them experience increase in customer and 40% experience in terms of increase in sales. So my findings also related that there is a relation between marketing strategy to the increased number of customers and increased number of sales. So what are the pros and cons of Ketoraichi? The pros is that it can attract visitors even from outside of the prefecture, far away across Japan. And also it can bustle the streets, and also it can promote the businesses. The cons is that you really rely on weather because it's open air market. If the weather is not good, such as rainy days, the visitors will be less, and also there is competition between the Yoshari Ganga shops and also the Keterak vendors that are coming from outside. And also this effect is temporary compared to the other day where business is as usual. So the challenges that the shops are facing now is currently the COVID-19 pandemic, where people are going less and less to shop outside, and also secondly the population, which leads to a decreasing number of customers in the town, and also the rising of department stores in the nearby town. So this also leads to less customers to the traditional business. So the relevance of Ketoraichi is that it can increase customers and also sales. So my finding summary. Number one is that leaders play key roles, while outsiders function as catalysts in stimulating the community members to participate actively in organizing Ketoraichi. Secondly, participation in KOC improves human capital among members, and Ketoraichi gives benefit to local business that actively participate in the market. My conclusion, community participation in local organization helps to achieve community goals through good leadership, active participation of members from within the community, and the contribution of external community members. So my recommendation is that in development programs, government should empower local community participation and allow them to organize themselves so that they are able to plan, implement, evaluate their own initiative. This can be cost-effective for the government and sustainable for the program community. Interactions between the local community and outsiders is important as community development. Therefore, local community are encouraged to be more accommodative, to accept outsiders to contribute to the community. Government should encourage community participation in local development projects. So I would like to share my pretty at spectrum of participation, where the ultimate participation level at 7, which is the outside control is at the minimum, and the local people's control over their own resources is at the maximum. So there are many related government policy in terms of community development, such as the Rural Development Policy, DLB, Dasar Pembangunan Laluan Bandar in 2018, under the Pillar 1, Pillar 2, and Pillar 3, as well as the National Physical Plan 4, RFN4 to 2020, under the Pillar 3 Strategic 4.1, and also in National Community Policy 2018. However, many of these policies and programs give less freedom for the community to plan, execute, and evaluate their own projects. So it is more towards government initiatives compared to the real community initiatives. So the government should induce the element of community empowerment through active community participation. There are several similar government projects, programs related to Ketoraichi in Desa Lestari and the Rural Development Ministry. So this is the program where it enhances the community economic development by giving out projects to the village cooperative. The cooperatives with strong leadership and active participation of members can sustain for a long time. The next one is also the community and caravan market under Pharma. So this is also quite similar to Ketoraichi because it uses caravan to market their products at the market. And this is quite a big infrastructure provided by the government, as you can see there in the picture. compared to just open market in the Ketoraichi. Our Pasar Malam and Pasar Minggu, they are more controlled by the local authorities rather than the community itself. So the lesson learned for policymakers is that adapting community whole of society approach in producing and marketing farm produce by agencies such as Pharma and LPP, by strengthening collaborations with associations such as the National Farmers Association, NAFAS. Secondly, it should be empowerment and development of cooperative members and local organization. Number one, by institutional reformation, by strengthening the cooperative and the local organization, and also by focusing in diversifying the business model, especially in agriculture development, rather than using financial instruments to the members to attract members, such as by giving loans. So other than that, the cooperatives and the local organization should also groom future leaders to be the successor of the organization. And thirdly, addressing food security through a direct marketing channel to the consumer in the local area. This is to reduce the manipulation of the middleman in food supply chain. So that's all for my presentation. My utmost gratitude to the JPA for allowing me to study in Japan, and also to Mombuka Gakusho Max for giving me scholarship, and also to my university, Tokyo University of Agriculture and Technology, and all Shizukushi people that have been so cooperative, especially my friend there in the picture, Shimokuro Sawasan. So you can see at the background is the Shizukushi Ketoraichi. So thank you very much for your kind attention. ご清聴ありがとうございました。以上です。
Terima kasih Cik Nazrul atas pembentangan sebentar tadi, amat menarik. Beliau memperkenalkan kita konsep yang boleh kita juga laksanakan dalam konteks memperkasa pembangunan luar bandar dekat Malaysia ini. Dan saya fikir yang paling penting dalam pembentangan ini kita dapat menginsafi bahawa selain daripada kepimpinan kerajaan, selain daripada perundangan, penglibatan awam juga adalah penting untuk kita mencapai pembangunan yang lebih inklusif. Hadirin sekalian, kita seterusnya kita akan mendengar pembentangan kita daripada Yang Berusaha Insinyur Teknologis Dr. Wesley Anak Lok Sulen. Beliau bertugas sebagai Pemeriksa Kilang dan Jentera di Jabatan Keselamatan dan Kesihatan Pekerjaan Negeri Terengganu. Beliau telah menamatkan pengajian peringkat Doktor Falsafah di Tohoku University Miyagi. Hadirin sekalian, sama-sama kita ikuti pembentangan beliau yang dipaparkan oleh layar skrin.
Salam sejahtera and salam keluarga Malaysia, everyone. My name is Wesley from the Department of Occupational Safety and Health, a department under the Ministry of Human Resources. In 2020, I completed my PhD in Mechanical Engineering from Tohoku University. It all started in April 2016 when I was informed that my application for Max Scholarship was accepted. Before moving on to the nitty-gritty part of my presentation, I'd like to welcome everyone. Please sit back and enjoy my presentation. I hope you will find it useful. My presentation is about the development of extremely high deposition efficiency of robust and superhydrophobic fluoropolymer coating by cold spray technology and its bonding strength improvement. Let's begin with the important keywords that will be introduced throughout the presentation. The silver tsunami refers to the aging population or senior citizen of 60-year-old and above. 4IR is the acronym for the Fourth Industrial Revolution as stated in our National Fourth Industrial Revolution policy. Now, the next one is difficult. Cold spray refers to the solid state deposition at low temperature without melting. Meanwhile, additive manufacturing is 3D printing. Polytetrafluoroethylene, or PTFE, is a fluoropolymer classified as a high-performance polymer. Last but not least, a bond coat refers to an intermediate layer between two different layers which act as a medium to adhere the two materials together. Moving on to the next slide, let us see what kind of key technologies were used in my journey to develop a polymer metal integration system and key sector that can be integrated in the future from the inevitable silver tsunami, which set the important background or backbone of the research. According to United Nations, Malaysia will be an aging nation by 2030, with 10% or more of our population being senior citizens of 60-year-old or older. Our nation's dependency ratio on them increased to 16.7, as well as the economic dependency ratio of 17.5, albeit lower than our neighbor Singapore. It's still an alarming figure which demands attention from everyone, especially the financial experts and policymakers. Dasar Warga Emas Negara was introduced by the Ministry of Women, Family and Community Development to ensure that affordable and holistic healthcare services are accessible to every senior citizen. With the increasing aging population, government expenditure on medicine and healthcare would also escalate substantially. Age-related degenerative diseases such as rheumatoid arthritis, joint problems, and hips fracture will be more common. The demand for prostheses will increase substantially, therefore inflating the cost borne by the government. This would severely bleed the nation's coffer dry in the long run. Therefore, coming up with an innovative solution from a cheaper and more durable product is timely. But first, we must address the problem revolving around the hip prosthesis fabrication costs. The problem with polymer acetabular liner between the femoral cup and acetabular cup on a hip prosthesis is the persistent friction, resulting in substantial wear and tear, which more frequent than not leads to severe infection that requires an immediate replacement. The cost of replacement increased gradually, as well as the cost to fabricate the hip prosthesis itself. In other words, the fabrication of the liner and femoral head is performed separately, thus increasing the number of parts and eventually the total cost involved. Once we have addressed the problems, now we move on to the research aim. Therefore, the aim is to focus on the development of a scalable and safe way to additively manufacture polymer on metal in a single piece to reduce the cost. To ensure the polymer withstands the test of longevity, a high-performance polymer or PTFE, which exhibits attractive properties for a prosthesis, was used in the polymer metal integration system in the cold spray additive manufacturing process, or CSAM. With a high-performance polymer like PTFE, we expect the layer to be durable, chemically inert, highly biocompatible with human body, and last but not least, high mechanical strength. In other words, CSAM is set to focus on the fabrication of a structurally and functionally sound polymer metal integration system at a reasonable cost with high efficiency. To achieve the ultimate goal, the conventional technique was improvised by introducing the novel bond codes, never before reported by any research groups. To talk more on the novel bond codes and the methodology, let's move on to the next slide. The methodology is simplified on the slide. Like any other material-based experimental setup, the step begins with material preparation. Here, the spray micro-sized powders were prepared. Then the next step is the cold spraying process. Powders are sprayed on solid surface at low temperature to avoid the detrimental effect of the temperature on the solid surface and the powder. The experimental data are then analyzed. Here, the deposition efficiency is measured as the ratio of deposited powder weight to the used powder weight. Finally, the coating characterization, where the properties of the resulting coating are analyzed. If you are interested to know further, please check out my peer-reviewed journal paper or send me an email if you don't mind. The breakthrough of my research came after years of struggling with weak adhesion and low deposition efficiency, reported throughout the academic journals. Using the low oxide metallic bond coats, it was possible to deposit PTFE on any metal surface for as long as the bond coat was present. The obvious difference can be seen in the short video on the left, taken by a high-speed cam in comparison to the footage taken by a normal video cam on the right. Without the bond coat, the micro-sized polymer particles rebound against the hard surface, leaving no deposition, but on the contrary, plenty of polymer deposition, white in color, is evident for the bond coat sample on the right. The process was assisted by a robot arm to ensure a smooth movement and a desirable outcome. Depending on the traverse spray speed, the thickness of the polymer can be manipulated. As shown in the result, a thick and dense layer can be obtained with high deposition efficiency as much as 95%. To put into perspective, 100% deposition efficiency means no polymer particles are wasted during the spraying process, and theoretically, no rebound particles can be found in this case. The resulting layers of polymer, or PTFE, on its surface shows very strong hydrophobicity or tendency to repel any water droplets. By repelling the droplets, the surface can clean itself from clinging debris, even with the mere presence of a tiny droplet. From these findings, it was obvious that the invented bond coat layer played a very crucial role in polymer metal integration by cold spray additive manufacturing. In fact, a few international additive manufacturing companies have shown interest in obtaining the bond coat rights and the polymer preparation process to be used in the energy utility sector, defense sector, and many more. To see the impact it has on the international academic field, including the industry in Japan, I will share what my research team and I had gained as a team domestically and internationally. Firstly, we managed to submit an official patent application through the university body. The patent opens up the potential for commercialization of polymer metal cold spray in the additive manufacturing technology, an important key technology in 4IR. Firstly, we managed to submit an official patent application through an official technology licensing organization acknowledged by both Japan's Ministry of Education, Culture and Science and Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry. I am one of the co-inventor holding about 30% of the rights. The patent application was submitted at early stage of research after the finding. The patent opens up the potential for commercialization of polymer metal cold spray in the additive manufacturing technology, an important key technology in 4IR. At the moment, an energy utility company named Tohoku Eco, which runs the electricity business in the northeast region of Japan, which, similar to our TNB, decided to collaborate in form of patent sharing practice. As a result, tests using the polymer metal integrated system are being conducted at 2 sites, one at a nuclear power plant in Miyagi Prefecture, another one at a geothermal power plant in Iwate Prefecture. These tests are being supervised by my PhD supervisor and the company's representative. The details of the prototype testing are shown on the slides. Although we have yet to test the findings on a hip prosthesis, I believe the time will come sooner than expected. I hope my research findings will find their purpose in helping the scientific community to build a better world. Secondly, we won one international award from the Chinese government in the 15th Challenge Cup under the One Belt, One Road or OBOR initiative in Shanghai. Thirdly, we won an award from the Society of Intelligent Nanomaterial from Waseda University, and last but not least, a prestigious award from the Dean of the School of Engineering of Tohoku University for my PhD work, which highlights the pinnacle of my study. The implications of my research on our society, business, and government can be summarized as follows. Firstly, it will improve the public quality of life through the availability of quality products at reasonable price. Secondly, it promotes a sustainable environment by reducing carbon footprints through the fast, scalable, and safe fabrication method using CSAM. Thirdly, it offers competitive and innovative business opportunities at a global scale, as additive manufacturing is becoming inevitably important across the globe. Last but not least, it reduces medically related expenditure borne by the government and helps to focus on prudent spending. After more than 10 years in Japan, living as a Malaysian student in the Japanese community, there were stark differences on how we manage our R&D. My hope to all the policymakers out there are summarized on the slide. Firstly, the government, through MITI, to give tax incentive to bring in this technology and its application in niche sectors such as Health Ministry and Defense Ministry. Last but not least, the government, through the Ministry of Higher Education, to provide conducive R&D environment, especially research funding to boost the level of innovation and competitiveness amongst research institutions, including patent registration. Moving on to the final slide, I would like to acknowledge relevant organizations and individuals that have been inspirational throughout my PhD journey. Thank you for bearing with me. Salam Keluarga Malaysia, and have a great day, everyone. Thank you.
Terima kasih Dr. Wasi atas pembentangan yang disampaikan, dan saya fikir kita patut juga ucapkan tahniah kepada beliau kerana apa telah dia menghasilkan kajian yang pada saya mempunyai quality breakthrough innovation yang menghasilkan patent dan menerima banyak anugerah di peringkat antarabangsa. Tahniah Dr. Dan paling penting dalam konteks ini, nanomaterial yang dihasilkan itu mempunyai potensi dari segi penjimatan kepada kos perubatan, yang mana kalau kita komersial dalam skala yang besar boleh memberikan bentuk perkhidmatan perbelanjaan negara secara keseluruhan. Saya fikir itulah antara perkara penting yang kita boleh belajar daripada research yang dilaksanakan dalam bentuk kita nak memformulasi dasar-dasar baharu berkaitan dengan perkara ini. Hadirin sekalian, kita teruskan agenda kita dengan sesi soal jawab, dan untuk itu saya sekali lagi memberi peluang kepada usia untuk mengemukakan soalan terpilih yang telah dikumpul. Bagi saya ajukan kepada ketiga orang pembentang kita. Saya tengok ada soalan dekat sini. Soalan pertama untuk Puan Hamlina. Soalannya, what other alternative does Malaysia have in regulating the processing of personal data in commercial transaction?
Terima kasih Yang Mulia Dr. Moderator dan juga yang mengemukakan soalan. Okay, untuk makluman hadirin sekalian, sebenarnya kita sebagai pengguna kita ada hak untuk menentukan apakah informasi-informasi yang boleh kita kongsi secara maya dan tidak. Sebenarnya apabila kita lebih banyak berkongsi informasi diri kita dalam social media, internet, online ataupun kita selalu menggunakan handphone, maka banyaklah informasi diri kita yang kita kongsi secara kita tidak sedar. Jadi sebenarnya dalam hal ini apa yang saya nampak dalam kajian saya sebenarnya teknologi bergerak terlampau laju di mana kadang-kadang undang-undang sedia ada tidak dapat capture sebab teknologi dia adalah sesuatu yang kita tak dapat nak jangka. Kita mungkin undang-undang sedia ada boleh capture apa yang kita nampak, tetapi sebenarnya teknologi adalah sesuatu yang mungkin di luar kawalan kita. Apa yang boleh kita buat sebenarnya adalah yang saya nampak mungkin pihak ICT mungkin sistem mampu dan juga agensi perundangan STAGC dan juga KKMM boleh duduk bersama sebenarnya sebab ini adalah sesuatu yang susah untuk kita nak capture untuk masa sekarang ni sebab terlampau teknologi terlampau laju. Jadi benda ni kita memang kena duduk bersama untuk mencari alternatif yang terbaik. Ini je jawapan yang boleh saya sediakan sebab kita tak boleh jawab secara spesifik. Jadi ini yang boleh saya katakan. Kita kena duduk bersama, kita kena lihat apa alternatif yang terbaik untuk kita mengatasi masalah ini. Itu saja.
Terima kasih Puan atas jawapan. Kita ada soalan yang kedua. Soalan daripada DBT Wilayah Perak ditujukan kepada Encik Nazrul. Soalannya berbunyi, adakah model yang ditunjukkan oleh Encik Nazrul tadi boleh kita adaptasikan dalam konteks Malaysia, dan adakah spesifik mana-mana bandar Malaysia boleh kita laksanakan model ini, dan adakah dikatakan juga JA Zenshu adalah penyertaan mereka adalah penting dalam konteks membolehkan model ini mencapai matlamat yang telah ditetapkan.
Thank you very much for the person from MITI Wilayah Perak. Dan terima kasih kepada Dr. Zul. Jawab pada soalan tadi. So model ini sebenarnya is already done in Malaysia actually, but by government initiative. Actually in Malaysia, for like I mentioned before, we have programs like Desa Lestari, which I was also involved back in 2018 and 19. And also there is under Fama, the Pakar or Pasar Caravan Community. So that one is also implemented by the government. So what types of model is suitable for Malaysia? That's I would like to emphasize is that it should be suitable for the local people and the local area. Because kalau kita, if we look into in Japan, they initiate this market because in Japan it's quite rare to see this kind of open air market, and also almost all the market inside is in indoor market. So in Japan, they also rarely socialize outside compared to Malaysia, where we have all these pasar malam and we have all these events to bustle up, especially in the city, but also even the rural areas sometimes we have. But the thing is that it's not the models that directly be copied from this KTRIG, but it's how we adapt it to our local community. So in Malaysia, actually under the Acceleratory program, there is cooperative that the government is helping by giving some assistance in terms of how they can initiate their own business in the villages. So this cooperative have proven quite successfully, but as we see from years to years, as the inside the organization changes, where there will be changes in the leadership. So sometimes it will not be quite sustainable if the organization itself is not really strong. Because some of them, if you see, for example, we have in Watu Putih, in Kinabatangan, Sabah, we have the Acceleratory program there. Pulau Batu Putih. Kampung Batu Putih. So in that kampung, they are organizing ecotourism programs where they have also participants or extension officers from outside of Malaysia coming join into the cooperative, so they help to develop their local community. So it is going quite successfully, and even maybe if you have already went to Kampung Banghuris near Sepang, Sungai Pelek, there you can see that there's a homestay program there. So under the homestay program, the objective is to invite many tourists, especially from outside of Malaysia. A lot of them coming from Japan or China or even Europe to Malaysia. So, but during the pandemic itself, under the MCO, so the activities of tourism halted. So because of that, they have to change their models, their plan. So what they do is they made this nasi ambang restaurant. I think maybe some of you have been there. So it was quite successful, as you know. For Malaysian, food is really attracting people to come. So I think that is kind of something that you have to explore. What is your speciality, your uniqueness of your local areas that you can explore and you can exploit to invite more people to come to bustle up or to even develop your area. So if I want to name a town in Malaysia, I think every town is possible as long as the community are ready to have their own initiative. So they have to learn how to do business. And for the third question is the JA Zenchu, or JA is Japan Agriculture Cooperative. So it's quite a big organization nationally in Japan. So even in Malaysia, we have duplicated this, like the Lembaga Pertubuhan Peladang and also Nafas that also similar to this JA Zenchu. So JA Zenchu is crucial if you want to make this kind of marketing in terms of direct marketing, because they also have programs like Michi no Eki or road station, where at the road station they have this agriculture market from the local produce, they market it there. So that is quite interesting. Okay, so yes, eventually everything is really reliant on the community itself, how they can develop. Thank you very much.
Terima kasih atas penjelasan panjang lebar yang diberikan tadi. Kita ada soalan untuk Dr. Wesley. Ada soalan? Okey, untuk Dr. Wesley tadi ada soalan yang terkait dengan solid deposition. Di manakah kegunaan teknologi ini kalau lihat dalam kajian yang dibangunkan ini?
Okey, baik, terima kasih Yang Berusaha Moderator Dr. Razul. Terima kasih atas soalan tersebut. Okey, teknologi yang dibangunkan dalam kajian PhD saya boleh digunakan di mana-mana tempat sebenarnya. So ultimate target kita adalah kita menggunakan segala polimer yang ada di permukaan logam. Jadi logam ni of course kita tahu dia boleh menjadi struktur pada mana-mana bahan yang kita nak design. Tapi logam punya permukaan ni dia tak ada function. So kita nak tambah function tu, kita letak polimer. So kita boleh pakai dalam alat-alat kesihatan, kita boleh pakai untuk buat kabel pertahanan, kita boleh cover surface untuk kapal. So dia banyak kegunaan dia. Sekarang polimer ni dah menjadi satu bahan yang sangat mainstream. Sebab kita boleh tambah dan tolak dia punya functionalities pada surface dia. So kalau kita boleh lekatkan polimer ni tanpa menggunakan bahan kimia yang berbahaya, tanpa menggunakan kaedah-kaedah yang mahal, solid state deposition ni kalau kita boleh bangunkan dan kita boleh faham kenapa dia boleh lekatkan polimer ni, saya rasa itu sudah cukup baik. Okey, doktor? Itu saja.
Terima kasih atas penjelasan dan juga jawapan yang diberikan ke atas soalan yang diajukan tadi. Hadirin sekalian, dengan sesi soal jawab tadi maka Kolokium Penyelidikan Intan tahun 2020 edisi khas Dasar Pandangan ke Timur telah sampai ke penghujungnya. Saya merakamkan ucapan terima kasih di atas penglibatan semua hadirin ke empat sesi pembintangan yang diadakan sejak awal pagi tadi. Rakam terima kasih juga diucapkan kepada semua pembentang yang telah mengambil bahagian dalam Kolokium ini, dan marilah sama-sama kita memberikan tepukan gemuruh kepada pembentang-pembentang kita. Sama-sama kita doakan semoga agenda penyelidikan dalam pembintangan awam terus subur dan berkembang maju untuk manfaat rakyat, kerajaan dan negara. Sesungguhnya ilmu itu bukan yang dihafal atau disijilkan, tapi ia adalah makna yang hadir dalam jiwa, menyelahkan adab dan manfaat serta menyuluh setiap tindakan dengan hikmah dan bijaksana. Dengan kata-kata itu saya kembalikan kepada pencara majlis. Sekian, wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih.